Great American Landowner. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 635. Want to get drunk? The girl stared at the man. Not a drop of wine leaked from his mouth. He drank slowly, but made great progress. He was elegant yet bold. His windbreaker highlighted his deep temperament. He was a very charming man. This was the conclusion many of them came to. In a short while, a bottle of wine went into his stomach. He didn't even burp. He took an ice cube and took a few bites. The crackling sound highlighted the silence of the people at that time. When he came just now, Zhou had turned off the speakers so that they wouldn't be able to hear clearly what they were saying. Wow. 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 Oh my god. Jess, are you drunk or dizzy? Li Gua and his friends opened their mouths wide. How could they have fun together in the future if he was so powerful? I still like whiskey with ice cubes. Haha. You're drunk with this amount. You're kidding. Hurry up, get high. I asked you to come out today to drink with me. Don't wait until I'm still awake and you're all lying on the street. Zhou stood up and said with a laugh. Then he looked at the beauties over there. Hey, girls. Handsome brother, what can I do for you? A good-looking girl with short hair stood up and responded. Nothing, just saying hello to you. Zhou smiled. Today I can see so many beautiful ladies. My eyes have enjoyed a blessing for a while. I won't say much. I'll toast you first. Zhou picked up the wine glass poured by the waiter and said, handsome brother, there are so many girls. You can't just take a glass of wine and fool them. A sexy girl closest to Zhou stood up, wearing a tempting perfume. That's easy. You want a drink like this? Recently, he didn't care, looking at her with interest. How about we drink 1 cup each, and you 3 cups each, 1 cup each. The woman showed a smug smile on her face, and looked at him with a little cunning in her eyes. So, if I drink 3 cups, you will definitely drink 1 cup? Zhou asked again with interest. Okay, as long as you can finish a round with all of us, I will drink with you. The girl didn't want to lose her momentum, not to mention that she was absolutely sure of winning at this time. Even if Zhou didn't fall after so many cups, she would quickly take advantage of his bloating to drink with him one after another to see if he would admit defeat. No problem. Zhou said confidently, not worried about what she said at all. Zhou, hurry up and get some wine for my brother. Zhou also smiled and asked the waiter to bring in the wine, filled a table with cups, and then began to pour the wine 1 cup after another. Zhou was sitting next to him, and on the right was a row of beautiful women. Everyone was smiling and holding a glass of wine and looking at him as if waiting to see him beg for mercy. Zhou was not polite. He took up a glass of wine and drank with a girl who came up from the opposite side. Beauty, I'll drink first, but you have to tell me your name first. The girl held the wine glass and her dimple smiled very cutely. No problem, my name is Ying. Then she drank a glass first. Zhou saw this and started drinking. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups. 3 cups stood upside down on the table. The girl gave her a thumbs up and stood up with a smile. The girl behind moved forward a position. Happy. The girl said her name and took up the wine glass and drank it. Good name. Zhou also said, picked up the wine glass and drank 1 cup after another and didn't stop. The 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. The short-haired girl just now. Zhou noticed him when he came in, and she looked like a female star he couldn't remember in his previous life. The voice was a little rough, but it was very tasteful when listened carefully. He picked up a glass of wine and drank it. Seeing that she didn't talk nonsense, Zhou also smiled and drank 3 cups. After a while, he drank the last one, pretending to be a little uncomfortable, looking at the beautiful girl. The girl was not afraid of him at this time and drank 3 cups with a smile on her face. The girl turned the cup upside down and signaled him that he could drink. Zhou's face became a little bad. Li Gua secretly walked to his side and said to him, is it okay? We drink for fun. Don't make yourself uncomfortable. Don't worry, I'm just pretending. Look at this girl. She will definitely lie dead in front of me later. Zhou Jixi's face did not get better, but what he said made Li Gua feel relieved. Zhou Jixi looked at the girl and clapped his hands. Okay, the beauty is really generous, and I can't fall behind. However, our way of drinking can't be without a reputation. Tell me what you will do if you lose. The girl saw Zhou Jixi start to negotiate conditions and thought he was starting to find a way out for himself, but she was not a girl who could fool everything. My answer is simple. If I lose, I will go home with you today. If you lose, you can tell me yourself. Wow. Woo. The men and women around him shouted in a flirtatious manner. Zhou Jixi was also surprised. This girl was really willing to take risks. She was having a great time. Okay, I'm not a person who would not take risks. I really have to send you home today. He pressed his arm to make everyone stop, and he said, okay, a beautiful girl invites me. How can I refuse? I originally thought that if I lost, I would go home with you, but we can't be together anymore. Then let's be a little vulgar. If you win, we will go to Hermes or LV, and you can pick any bag. The girl shook her head and said, no. Zhou Jixi looked at him and said, isn't this okay? Then what do you say? There are so many of us here, and you only give me one. That's too mean. We are all meeting each other, so if you have the guts, give each of us one. I don't ask for much, a bag under 30,000, how about it? There were 13 girls in the room, and they spent about 300,000 yuan. Zhou Jixi could accept this amount of money. It's not a lot, but it's not a small amount either. In the previous life, I had to work hard for about 4 years to earn this, but now I just spend it all at once. Yes, if you don't want to spend money, you can't get girls, but this pussy is not a golden pussy. It's so expensive. There are no girls of this price in the United States. Zhou Jixi pointed his finger at her and looked at the girls who had gathered around because they were in the spotlight. Okay, Zhou Jixi, keep my word. I won't brag. If you lose, I'll buy it too. Yeah, you're so handsome. The girl's screams and admiring looks made Zhou Jixi feel very happy. You're so charming, brother. Chapter 636, an accident like a TV drama. He stretched out his hand to suppress the girl's shouts. Looking at the seductively dressed girl, I'll drink first. He picked up the cup and started drinking. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups, and drank 12 cups in a row. He took the hand towel handed over by a girl and wiped the wine stains on his lips. He looked at her with a slightly raised corner of his mouth and said, it's your turn. Oh my god, so much drinker. The girl was shocked. It was different from what she thought at the beginning. This guy was too much drinker. It was uncomfortable to drink water now, let alone so much wine. Drink, drink, drink. The men and women around were shouting. It was very lively. The girl picked up the wine glass and drank a glass slowly. Her stomach was a little uncomfortable. Then, regardless of the wine stains on her lips, she picked up another glass and drank it. At this time, she really felt a little bit unbearable, but she still picked up the 3rd glass and drank it, and finally drank the 4th glass. She looked at Zhou Jixi uncomfortably, pretending to be relaxed. I'm done. Zhou Jixi looked at her without saying anything, picked up the wine glass and started drinking, pouring 1 cup after another into her mouth. He drank 4 ounces of 3 cups each, and the cups were upside down, which made the girl's eyes twitch. This guy can't drink so much. After drinking another cup reluctantly, she couldn't stand it anymore. Her stomach was rolling, as if it was going to run out of her mouth. When she picked up the 2nd cup, she really couldn't stand it. She stretched out her hand to cover her mouth, to prevent herself from vomiting. Bucket, give her a trash can. Li Gua shouted loudly beside her, and the girls hurriedly took a few over. The girl didn't say anything nonsense, of course. She couldn't speak. She opened her mouth and vomited. Zhou Jixi wanted to go over and pat her on the back, but the girl grabbed her arm, and the 2 big white rabbits pressed against him, which made him move a little. As a result, they surrounded him, and he couldn't squeeze in. Besides, he couldn't stand the smell when he went in. After the girl vomited for a while, she ran to the bathroom and almost fell down again. Zhou Jixi quickly reached out to help her and took her over. The men and women in the box sang songs, shook the sieves, and touched the wine glasses. Zhou Jixi turned around and joined in. After singing a few songs, he charmed many girls. 2 girls gathered around him in a short while, and there were a few waiting beside him to see if there was a chance to chat with him or to interrupt their conversation. He looked chic and didn't get mad easily. He attracted a lot of good impressions. Listening to the girls' voices, he leaned his head on a girl whose name he couldn't remember. Anyway, her breasts were big and it was comfortable to lean on. It was quite an illusion of being drunk and dreaming. From then on, the king didn't go to court early. Many familiar brothers came one after another. Zhou Jixi and others also invited them to play together. Some people left after staying for a while, but the box was still very lively. Everyone left the place over here, and someone called over there. They were all friends, so it was hard to refuse, so some people ran over. He turned around and pulled another group over. Everyone got to know each other and drank with each other, which was also an alternative way to expand his network. Zhou Jixi has been around until now. Without mentioning other things, he has really made a lot of drinking buddies. It was past 2 in the morning, and the box was no longer so lively. Everyone was a little tired from playing. Zhou Jixi was not drunk, but just a little drunk. He didn't remember which girl had changed to next. Anyway, he seemed to still hold the girl in his left hand. Seeing that Li Gua didn't know which girl he had sex with first, who she seemed to have done it in the bathroom. Zuzi seemed to be unconscious from drinking. He was really drunk. The other brothers also seemed to be a little unsteady. Zhou Jixi quickly brought some hot water and mixed it with some space water to help them sober up. After everyone felt much better, he took the 20 or so people out. The air outside was a bit cold, and the girls were awakened by the air conditioning. When they came out, they tightened their furs or coats. The 2 girls next to Zhou Jixi leaned against him to get some warmth. UNAI. Someone outside the club suddenly called over to them. He was wearing simple clothes and a down jacket. He was wearing jeans and high top shoes. He looked a little handsome and was looking at him angrily. Everyone saluted in that direction, guessing what he did. However, Zhou Jixi was puzzled. Why are you looking at me? Did I recruit you? One of the girls leaning against him suddenly trembled, and Zhou Jixi looked down at her. But he didn't say anything, but asked the other girl in his arms, is she you an AI? Yeah. The girl nodded. What is he singing? Zhou Jixi said speechlessly. The man had already run over, looking quite aggressive. Zuzi let go of the girl beside him and stood next to Zhou Jixi. He was a man who looked similar to Zhou Jixi, but he was shorter and his horizontal area was much larger than Zhou Jixi. His muscles were very prominent, and he was a person who liked to hang out in the gym. Zhou Jixi patted him on the shoulder and said, it's okay, this guy, if there is one, I will knock one down. If there are 2, I will knock down a pair. Brother, I didn't practice Zingaiquan and Bajiquan in vain. Take it easy, there are still many people who can't think straight these days. Zuzi reminded him. Well, don't worry. The man didn't have a chance to vent his anger on Zhou Jixi and was caught by the security guard 3 meters in front of Zhou Jixi without even looking at where he was. A guest of a high-end entertainment club who was beaten up at the doorstep. Where can he put his face in the future? UNAI, who is this man? Why are you with him? The man shouted loudly, spitting. 2 people grabbed her hands and she couldn't move forward at all. However, she bent forward, with veins on her face exposed. She looked very angry. The girl had just drunk too much, and her brain was a little slow to react. She left Zhou Jixi's arms, and looked at the man, saying calmly, it doesn't matter who he is. What is a relationship now? Do I have to report to you who I'm with? You are really funny. The girls also gathered here. The short-haired girl seemed to have a better relationship with you and AI. She also stood up. Dao Dao, why the hell are you still looking for Zhou AI? Are you qualified to come? You still have the nerve to come. I've seen so many mean people, but I've never seen such a mean man as you. She said with a sarcastic tone, as if she hated not stepping on him hard enough. Chapter 637. The villain has to take some action. Zhou Jixi whispered to the girls next to him. Just now I thought, is he a villain? I didn't expect the plot to take a turn. This guy turned out to be a scumbag. The world is so wonderful. How can my brother be a villain? How can he be so handsome and such a charming villain? The girl said with a smile on her face, staring at Zhao Jixi with a look on her face that everything he said was impossible. It's probably going to be a bloody drama later. Zuzi said to Zhao Jixi. Yunai looked at him with tears in her eyes and said, okay, we have broken up. If you continue to make trouble, you will only be looked down upon by others. Things are really not what you think. The following plot is really like a TV series, with blood spilled all over the floor. The man had an affair, the woman broke up, the man said it was a misunderstanding, and the woman said she saw it with her own eyes. When asked where he was, he said he was drinking with his brother. In the end, they broke up, and then he went out to play with the girls from the dormitory opposite at night. No wonder Zhao Jixi had a lot of people here. Zhao Jixi and the others watched the excitement for more than 10 minutes and felt that it was almost over. There were only a few words in this conversation. How could it ever end? The car sent by the club had been waiting for a while. The girls could not go back to school today. Zhao Jixi booked a few rooms in a hotel not far away so that they could have a place to sleep at night. Hey, you and AI, excuse me, we are about to leave. Are you coming? Zhao Jixi shouted over there. The man seemed to have found a punching bag and shouted at him with a ferocious face. Shut up. Zhao Jixi was stunned for a moment, and then he got angry. Fuck, do you really think I don't hit people? He didn't want to care about anything, but now he was scolded. He let go of the girl in his arms and went forward to teach him a lesson. But Li Gua suddenly walked to his side from nowhere and grabbed his arm. He is barefoot and is not afraid of those wearing shoes. There are quite a lot of people here, and you are also a half public figure. It would be bad if you were photographed and put on the news. Li Gua pulled him and analyzed to Zhao Jixi calmly. After he said that, Zhao Jixi calmed down a lot, but he looked at the man with a gloomy look. He was a member of the board of directors of a multinational company, a director of the most popular social networking site, and the boss of a game company. It was definitely not a good thing for him to have negative news about him. Li Gua said in Zhao Jixi's ear, okay, I'll take care of this matter. I also know the boss here. Let's go first. Zhao Jixi understood and nodded. He believed that Li Gua would do it to satisfy him. Thank you, then we'll go first. The girls around were still worried that Zhao Jixi would go up and fight with others. Should they go up to help or something? As a result, Li Gua pulled them and said a few words, and Zhao Jixi asked them to leave first. However, they also felt that it was better to have less trouble than more. After all, it was not good news to have this matter on the news. The two people over there calmed down after the quarrel, and you and AI still looked tearful. Okay, let's do it. Draw a clear line in the future. My friend called me. Bye. She looked at the man, turned around and walked towards the crowd. A group of people from Zhao Jixi's side entered the extended Mercedes-Benz. You and AI didn't know if it was intentional, but when she walked into the crowd, she found Zhao Jixi and leaned into his arms. Of course, there was another girl in his arms. The man shouted loudly towards the car, you and AI, but she couldn't hear the man's voice. Don't be so entangled about breaking up and getting back together. Brother, I also broke up once today, although the relationship was very short. Zhao Jixi laughed self-deprecatingly. The girl didn't say anything, leaning in his arms, and the girls next to her holding glasses and drinking champagne were a bit like two different worlds. The few security guards who were holding Dao here suddenly received a look from a fat captain. This is a club with a membership system. Sir, you are not a member, and you are not brought by a member. Please get out now. As he said that, he pulled him towards the parking lot. There were a lot of people here, so it was not suitable to do anything. Everyone was a businessman, and hitting people at the door was not a good reputation. After pulling to the parking lot, they just left without leaving any excuses. The man was still sad about his girlfriend's departure and didn't think about what he did wrong. He was sitting on the ground and suddenly someone bumped into him. He was already angry and he stood up. You have no eyes. Can you walk? Did your mother teach you how to walk properly? Do you want me? Before he could finish his words, he was slapped in the face. How the hell do you hit someone? He was a little confused and didn't finish his words. Another slap. He looked up and saw 3 men looking at him with a sneer on their faces. Speak. Go on. You. Before he could finish his words, he was slapped again. Then he was slapped several times. At this time, his mouth was a little swollen and his face was full of fear. When the fat man stretched out his hand, he subconsciously stepped back in fear. Waste. One of the 3 men had a big hand that was red and swollen and looked at him with hatred. Watch your fucking mouth from now on. Damn it, you hit my hand so hard that it's swollen. Then he said to the other 2, let's go back and have a drink. After walking a few steps, he deliberately looked back. The man was so scared that he took 2 steps back. Don't let me see you in the future, or I will teach you a lesson every time I see you. You look like a decent person, but your mouth is too stinky. Zhou and others booked a hotel with several rooms. These people didn't make enough trouble. They really wanted to play some tricks in the largest suite. Zhou ran into the bathroom to take a shower first and then put on a simple sportswear. When he came out, they didn't make a fuss anymore. The girls went to their rooms next door in 2s and 3s. As for whether his brothers took the girls away, they didn't know. There were actually 3 girls left in his room. The girl with tears in her eyes, UNAI, also went to take a shower. The other 2 were lying unconscious, and Zhou moved them to another room in the suite. He was really not a gentleman when moving them. At least he touched them several times, and the touch was really good. When UNAI came out, she was wrapped in a bath towel. I don't know if she was drunk, but her face was quite red. She looked at Zhou nervously. What did this mean? What was the point? He didn't want to think about it anymore. We can't be worse than beasts. He picked her up and put her on the bed, then sat next to her. UNAI stared at Zhou nervously. She grabbed the bath towel with both hands, as if she was afraid it would fall. Chapter 638, Worse Than Beasts. Please recommend and vote for me. Are you nervous? He looked at her strangely and said, come on. UNAI closed her eyes and said as if she was going to die heroically, later, yes, be gentle to me. Zhou stroked her smooth arms and touched her head with his other hand to relieve the girl's nervousness. But this did make her tremble twice and goosebumps appeared. What's wrong with you? Is it necessary to be so nervous? Zhou asked strangely. I'm not nervous. What should I be nervous about? He said this, but his hands were grabbing the bedsheet, squeezing it tightly. The expression on her face was a little strange, as if she was about to lose something. He found it strange and said with a smile, isn't this your first time? Hearing this, the girl was a little angry. She opened her eyes and looked at him and shouted anxiously, what do you care how many times I've done this? Hurry up, be gentle later. He pretended to be fierce, but he was just strong on the outside. Zhou was convinced all of a sudden and looked at her in surprise. Is this really your first time? However, he was a little hesitant while talking. It was different from what he thought. Such a pure and innocent girl, although decisive in love, was still a little naive, was actually a virgin? But it seemed possible. The girl blushed and said to him, what's wrong with the first time? What's wrong with it being my first time? Hurry up, are you coming or not? If not, get out of here, girl. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. He got angry after hearing the words, come on. Zhou muttered and kissed her. His right hand climbed to the peak habitually, and he suddenly tasted a hint of saltiness when kissing her face. The girl left some tears on her face. He stopped the action. He was actually a little afraid of virgins, especially innocent little girls. Just when she was about to get entangled with him, didn't it make him a bastard? Although he was indeed a bastard sometimes. Zhou stopped the action, kissed her forehead, and helped her pull the quilt over to cover her. I've really fallen into your hands this time. Take good care of yourself, forget those unhappy things, and have a good sleep. He patted the quilt and slowly walked out of the room. The girl did not speak to keep him. She felt a lot of strange emotions in her heart, but she felt much more relaxed. The next day, the girls got up and gathered together again. The girl in the room looked at UNAI in surprise and asked, he just covered you with a quilt and then left? He left a beautiful woman and left. Yeah. UNAI nodded. Why is that? He looked tangled and couldn't figure it out. It's not that simple. Either he thinks our AI is a good girl. In today's society, he can meet such a weirdo like you. He has a good impression of you. He thinks he should cherish you. It's a bit unkind to do it so hastily, so he stopped. Is there such a saying? I asked. Of course there are, but there is another situation. People think that you are a pure and loving girl. You have had a boyfriend before, but this is your first time. There are not many such weirdos. What if you are a responsible person? You originally wanted to have fun, but you have to take responsibility. If you are done, or if you are entangled, you will be in big trouble. In the end, you should run away quickly. I. But in summary, this person is at least not a bastard, but a principled person. One of them nodded affirmatively. On the other side, Zhou looked at Zhao with a ridiculous face and said, "You said you just covered yourself with a quilt and then went out to sleep on the sofa?" "That's right," I said. "Are you so surprised? Are you so surprised, huh?" Zhao said. Zhou nodded affirmatively. "It's really that serious." As he said that, he thought of something else. "Brother Jixi, you can't be like that. You, a romantic figure, are you going to fall for her?" "That's right," Zhao said indignantly. Zhao, such a good young man, who calls myself a modern romantic figure, did something worse than an animal. She's just a little girl, what are you worried about? It's rare to see such a beautiful girl like her." Zhou looked like you were overthinking it. "Little girl, this kind of people are troublesome. Think about it, she already has a boyfriend, and this is her virgin. Oh my god, it's scary to think about it. What era is this? If I really do it to her, what do you think will happen? I'm even willing to commit suicide, I tell you. Like this." Zhou moved closer to Zhao and spoke softly. "As for you, do her first, and then hide abroad for 2 or 3 months. I'll keep an eye on you here, and by then she might have forgotten about you." Zhao slapped his head. "Hey, Zhou, why didn't I realize you were such a jerk before?" Zhou looked at him with a face full of grievance and said, "I'm just giving you advice. What's the point of hitting me? I was just talking. Talking is not enough. We have to have principles. We picked her up by ourselves, so it's the first time, but if we really feel it's not suitable in the future, we can break up. He cheated on a girl, then ran away after having sex with her. Why do I think he's such a jerk?" "Yes, you bastard," Zhou said with a look of approval. "Pa." Zhao hit him again, looked at him angrily and said, "Can you stick to your position? Why do you change it just like that?" "I quit." Zhou stood up aggrievedly. "What do you mean? You didn't ask me to agree with you. That's not what I told you." "Hey, forget it. Our thoughts may not be on the same line," he said and walked out a little disappointed. Zhou was left with a strange expression on his face. "Your thoughts are not on the same line? Why are we not on the same line?" After Zhao walked out, he quickly looked back. Fortunately, the boy didn't react. How could he not regret it in his heart? It's a pity for such a little beauty. It's meat in your mouth. Can principles be eaten as food? If it doesn't go into your mouth, it will go into someone else's mouth. Although he regretted what he did, Zhao didn't want it to affect his mood, so he took the girls to the brand store in the afternoon. He spent hundreds of thousands to buy a bag for more than a dozen of them. The clerk looked at him with admiration, as if he was looking at God. There were a lot of red lipstick marks on his face. As the saying goes, good news doesn't go out, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. What happened last night was originally a good thing, but unfortunately it was a bad thing for Zhao. A man who is worse than an animal is the best topic for gossiping girls. UNAI's friend couldn't control her mouth and told other people about it. As a result, everyone knew about it, but unexpectedly, she won the favor of these girls. Chapter 639, Spatial Changes. The girls from Beijing Film Academy all went back, holding the gifts from Jay Chou, and looked very happy. Jay Chou also received some phone numbers. When he invests in movies and TV series in the future, he can also think of them, which can be regarded as completing what he said at the beginning. As for that kind of thing, of course, the director can't get it cheap. It's okay if the good cabbages let go of the pig. He decided that in the future, the films he invested in should strictly regulate the crew members and just focus on art. Why bother with women? Art should be purer and purer, yeah. Even if you can't stand it, you have to learn from Mr. Huang, a model of conscience in the industry, who knows how to find girls with your own money. This is a good idea. You have to write it down. See who is using hidden rules in the movies I invested in. When Jay Chou and others sent them to the school gate, they also saw the man from Dao Dao who had met at night. It seemed that his face was swollen. Now it seems that there is a rumor in the school that he seduced a rich woman, and the family slapped him several times, warning him to stay away from her. If Zhao Jixi knew this, he would definitely treat Li Gua to a drink. This trick was so beautiful that it not only destroyed his body, but also destroyed his spirit. It is not necessary to think about it, and this kind of news has always been a trick that his buddies like to play. Not only can it remove suspicion from one's own behavior, but it can also avoid the suspicion of many people. It can also ruin the reputation of others. A good plan to kill several birds with one stone. Because of one sentence, Zhao Jixi has changed a lot unconsciously. Although he always likes to be secretive in doing things, he will not do some stupid things like some brain-dead villains and secretly feel happy. In the next 2 days, he went out to eat with Zhu Ye again. I don't know if the two of them have a tacit understanding. They chatted well, but neither of them wanted to talk about boyfriends and girlfriends. Zhao Jixi thought this was not bad, so he didn't have to explain to the girl. Mom and dad are not ready to leave so soon. The 15th is over, and there are still many relatives in the family who are getting married. The days ahead are good. They want to stay and see if there is any help. The two old people are now very confident in Zhao Jixi's ability to survive outside. Look at these muscles. After running out and coming back, they become piece by piece, which makes Zhao's father envious. He kept repeating with his mother, and it turned out that the child had to be raised in the wild. Look at the child, he is much stronger than the domestic one. He grew fat at home, fat and fat. After a period of time outside, his body became firm and strong. It's really great. As for his blind date, the two people have the same idea. They will contact him first, and there will be development after communication. In addition, there is no rush for his son's age. They also have their own opinions. They just feel that they can feel more at ease if they develop with the children of people who know them well. The thoughts of the two generations will always collide. Zhao Jixi feels that there are some things that can be compromised, so he will be wronged. If there are some things that cannot be agreed, he will not insist on doing such stupid things. After all, we are people of status and cannot be wronged. He did not fall behind in the courses at Stanford University in the United States. His brain is much better now. There is a group of goblins behind him to help him cheat and study. Their timeline is much better than his. The difference of 10 times is no joke. With this time, Zhao Jixi can even recite the books he gave them backwards. He flashed into the space. The space now has expanded a lot compared to when he just got it. Even the sky supported by the mother tree is much higher. The fluorescent land of vitality under the mother tree has also expanded. The river of vitality outside the circle has also expanded. In the void above the river of vitality, there are still a few drops of things like water drops suspended. This is also when the space has expanded to a critical point recently. According to the goblins, Zhao Jixi thinks it should be used to mix water, which is equivalent to the concentrated essence of the water of vitality. Take it outside and mix it into ordinary water. Under the right amount, it makes them have the function of water of vitality. Zhao Jixi likes the small water drops in the void. It was crystal clear and very beautiful. He took off his clothes and jumped into the river of vitality. He could see the small water droplets on the top clearly when he floated on it. It was like the rainy day that made time stop. He felt very magical when he was suspended on the top. After soaking for a long time, he came up and put on a pair of shorts. He looked carefully at his own space. Here he was the emperor and the god. One thought could determine life and death. 1 year could control the years. All things were born, and all things withered. He only needed to control the local time changes. Standing in the area outside the changes, he saw the seeds sprouting and trying to grow towards the void, blooming and bearing fruit, and finally withering. A reincarnation of life, a new life. It was between his thoughts. This feeling was sometimes really charming. After playing for a while, He looked at the fertile land in the outermost circle. After distinguishing the pieces, it was also very comfortable to look at Zhou. Fruit trees, vegetables, medicinal herbs, fungi, trees, etc. can all be seen on this piece of land. Zhou couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of pride. Every kind of them was collected by him and planted in the space. For example, the tea tree left a deep impression on him. He transplanted it into the space from his hometown. Now, under the acceleration of time, it has grown into a century-old tea tree. However, he usually drinks less tea, mostly coffee and juice. His realm is good, and he can't taste the beauty of tea. He knows why, but he doesn't know why. The little fairies in one area, like modern society, are holding a big school bag and reading hard. The green light changes into a good way to turn the pages. Looking at the books delivered by Zhou outside has become a hot interest for many fairies. These backup think tanks of Zhou have helped him a lot. Another area is a breeding area, where chickens, ducks, geese, etc. are raised. Some hens are sitting under the trees with a few yellow chicks, not eating any insects at all. Because there is really no such thing in the space, there are several bee nests, and the number is controlled by the fairies to ensure that they can collect enough nectar in the space. It also frees the fairies from the work of pollination. It is particularly worth mentioning that the fairies like to eat honey. Last time, a fairy secretly told him that he wanted to exchange wine for honey. As a result, Zhou agreed without thinking and took it if he liked it. This is Zhou's generous side to his own people. Chapter 640, American Reception. Zhou has received many calls from the United States recently. In December last year, he had submitted the documents for the candidates to the US federal government. There is a small election in March, and the Chinese-American Federation urged him to go back because there are some things that need to be solved. Apple's Steve Jobs also urged him to go back. This year, it is impossible for California Governor Arnold to go there because the Democratic Party members are all active. Steve Jobs, a funder of the Democratic Party, hopes that he can go back to influence Chinese people, win a group of votes, and work for the future governor of California. The board of directors also discussed this issue. Apple is originally a funder of the Democratic Party. Every year, a lot of money is transferred to the Democratic Party's account in the name of the company. Are you planning to go back to the United States? Zhou asked Zhou in a cafe in the capital. Well, there are a lot of things to do over there. It's not that important. After all, there are people working for me. But some documents still need my signature, and there are some things over there that need to be done in person. He stretched and said, besides, it's been a while since I came back, and my Stanford advisor is already urging me to submit my thesis. Haha, you're not as busy as I thought, but it doesn't look easy either. Zhou said with a smile, while stroking the coffee spoon. Just find something to do, otherwise life will be too empty. Zhou's words were very pretentious, but Zhou tasted it as another understanding. It seems that you live a very fulfilling life. Sometimes I really envy you. You can do whatever you want and play whatever you want. You can color your life according to your own ideas. I'm so jealous. Is this envy, jealousy, and hatred? Zhou smiled and looked at her and said jokingly, of course. Well, I'll wait for you to kill me with your eyes. Zhou didn't confront the topic and asked her why she had such an idea, because sometimes knowing too much can easily get yourself into trouble. Curiosity kills the cat, and it can also kill people. He firmly believes in this truth. The two chatted and drank coffee, and the afternoon sun crawled forward and backward under their feet because of the clouds. Zhou's heart was the same. This man was very attractive, which was an indisputable fact, but this man was difficult to grasp, which was also a problem in front of her. Fortunately, she could spend time with him. She had to thank her mother for being so wise. She started to help her with blind dates in this most beautiful age. At the age of 25, she could still spend 3 or 4 years with Zhou. Then there would be no play, or she would meet another man who made her heart beat in the middle, and it would not be too late for her to take another path. Okay, I wish you a safe journey, Zhou said, while picking up the coffee cup. Thank you. Zhou didn't talk nonsense. He was afraid that talking too much to this girl would make her misunderstand his meaning. It was really not easy. I have also seen the projects of your company. If you think the scenery and feng shui are good, please keep a set for me. I haven't given a place to live in the capital yet. After saying that, he felt that he was talking nonsense again, and he was still talking. Ask me for help. Is there any benefit? Since he had said it, he had to bite the bullet. I'm helping you sell the house directly. Shouldn't you, the seller, thank me as the buyer? Why do you ask me for a benefit? Zhou Jixi said with a ridiculous look on his face. Zhou rolled her eyes at him. Then you decide. I'll also help you look for houses. But that expression was as insincere as it could be. Okay, I was wrong. You come to the United States to play tomorrow. I'll accompany you to play, eat, and go shopping. I'll cover all the expenses. Is that okay? That's more like it. I've made a profit with such a handsome male escort. Zhou Jixi felt a little itchy when he saw the little girl's attitude, but he immediately killed it in his mind when he saw the slightest sign. In this world, there are only a group of women who are more important than a woman, except for money. Zhou Jixi happens to have both, and he is very cautious. When reading novels, I always wonder why the heroine's family is so male dominated. Now that he is a girl, he has everything, but he has regressed. There are so many women, there is really no need for everyone to fight to the death. Life still needs to go on, why bother? Zhou Jixi didn't think that he was just talking nicely. If it really happened to him, the result would not be known. The two chatted for a while and said goodbye. Zhou Jixi saw that there was still a lot of time, so he went to visit the Zhang family on the way. He had a good relationship with the two old people, so he had to go and see them when he came. He bought some small gifts and some health products produced in the space, saying that they were plant essence supplements conditioned abroad and could not be considered medicines. During the visit, he was treated warmly by the two old people again and drank a lot of wine with Zhang's father. He chatted with Zhang's mother for a while and also chatted with her sister-in-law for a few words, saying that they had to catch a plane back to the United States, which was considered to be a way out. In the end, the two old people insisted that Yingsu drive them to the airport. Zhou Jixi couldn't refuse, so he took their car to the airport and took a flight to the United States. When Mizi and Neha were at home, he went on vacation. Now they have finished their vacation and are going to the United States. When he arrived at the airport, the two had already arranged things. Zhou Jixi took a car to his house in Stanford. In the next few days, he will visit people who are related to him here, and there will be several cocktail parties at home. All connections must be communicated to last. Just after returning, a Democratic congressman in California held a cocktail party at home, and he was also invited. In the evening, he changed his clothes and drove out in his Porsche. When he arrived at the villa, he had a bottle of red wine from the Old Bud Sky Vineyard collection in his hand. This batch of fine products was not produced in large quantities. All the wines were stored in the basement. Zhou Jixi moved them into the space to make them taste better. He felt good when he drank it, so it would not be too expensive or impolite to give it to others. As soon as he entered the door, he attracted a lot of attention. Hey, Jess, my friend, you are finally here. We haven't seen each other for a while. The congressman said goodbye to his friend for a while, and when he saw Jay Chou, he greeted him. He had someone from other states, and didn't know Jay Chou very well, so he asked his friend next to him, who is the youngest director of Apple, the founder of Sky Games, a director of Facebook, an angel investor, a big farmer, an active Democratic Party donor, and one of the most influential people for Chinese Americans in California. This year, the Chinese American Federation is ready to propose him as a director. The most important thing is that his influence is not limited to young people. He is also very popular with the old guys. Chapter 641, Participation in Politics. After hearing his explanation, the man suddenly realized, no wonder. After they finished talking, let's go over and get to know him. As a Democrat, I think he shouldn't mind making 2 more friends. What do you think? I think so too, but I think it's better to find someone to introduce him. What do you want to say? I heard that Yuan Zinfu, the Chinese chairman of the San Francisco Council, are college classmates. He has a good relationship with Jess. Maybe. Okay, I'll go, but we are even. The man knew that he was talking about what he had just told him about Jay Chou's identity, so he nodded, although it was a pity that it was not when he had gained benefits from Jay Chou, otherwise he would have been able to gain more favors. Well, my friend, don't you know that distance creates beauty? I feel that you are much better now than before. Look at you, you are much more energetic than before. Thank you for your compliment, but I'm not gay. I don't like men. I'm the same. After joking, the atmosphere was almost relaxed, and Zhou Jixi said again, we have already decided on the election in March. Hearing this, although Will had a blank expression on his face, he was still a little nervous in his heart. He lobbied many upper-class Chinese people, but unfortunately those old guys were very conservative and still didn't want to give an answer. The Chinese selection of films was wasted, which made him feel distressed. The middle-aged and young generation did not have such a great influence until he met Zhou Jixi. I think you can rest assured, man. I think you can prepare more for your inaugural speech. Zhou Jixi picked up the wine glass and clinked it with him. Will's heart was suddenly excited, and his face was forced to be flawless, but the stiff smile at the corner of his mouth still betrayed him. Thank you. No, this is the result of your hard work and ability. We just make things more perfect. Zhou Jixi had already smiled faintly. The two happily chatted for a while. Will couldn't keep greeting Zhou Jixi. Zhou Jixi also met a Chinese senior, so he asked Will to go over and say hello. It would be helpful for him. After greeting here, Li Mengson came over again. This descendant of Dongguan province still spoke Mandarin with an accent there. Although Zhou Jixi thought it was a bit funny, he still talked and laughed with him. Jess, what do you think about Fan Shidan's matter? Uncle Li, you know, I can't explain to brother Qiu. Zhou Jixi was a little embarrassed. I know this. I will solve my problem, and it won't affect your relationship with him. Li Mengson said. Zhou Jixi was talking about the fact that he and Qiu Zinfu both intended to run for mayor of San Francisco. He couldn't make a decision on this matter. If the Chinese Civil War was too obvious, it would be detrimental to his position among the Chinese. Okay, then, Feinstein, if our mayor wants to be the deputy governor, I will talk to her. He and this white female politician still have common topics. She has shown obvious political inclinations on the issue of China and firmly opposes US arms aid to Taiwan. Of course, this may also be related to her large investments in China. Thank you, Li Mengson said. In fact, this is a disguised support for him. If her deputy governor election is successful, then Li Mengson will also get strong support. You're welcome. Zhou Jixi toasted him and said. Li Mengson got the answer he wanted and wanted to leave with satisfaction. After sending one away, another one came immediately. Hello, Mr. Zhou. I didn't expect us to meet again. He looked up and saw that it was a nation, but it was obviously not from China. After recalling, this person was from the Asian United Mutual Aid Association and was actually a descendant of several Asian countries. It was a bit like pulling tiger skins to link Asia. Although the upper class Asians are all yellow skinned and black eyed, they are far less united than some other skin colored races. The old immigrants who are descendants of the Celestial Empire feel that we are originally from the Celestial Empire, and we are born with a sense of superiority compared to the descendants of these vassal states. But they also think that they are good, and they have become free Americans, so we should have an equal dialogue. Why do you feel superior in front of yourself? Our country is not worse than yours. It's just because we have more people. In addition, many old Asian immigrants don't like Japanese people. The Korean guys like to stick together and open a fruit store or a vegetable store. They don't like to pay attention to you. However, they are famous ruthless people. They are no worse than the Chinese and Japanese gangs in Chinatown when fighting. Most of them have military experience under the rule of Kim Jong-un and Kim Il-yuen. If one person dies, there will be someone to help take care of his wife and children. Zhou Jixi looked at him calmly, stretched out his hand and shook it, saying, you surprised me a little. The Asian United Mutual Aid Association is a joke. Those old guys will not let go of their prejudices unless there is a great benefit. Haha. So let's talk about this topic next time. I remember that a Korean participated in the election this year, Zhou Jixi said, and changed the subject. This organization had invited him to join, but seeing that many Chinese people didn't care about them at all, Zhou Jixi ignored them. Don't be too unique. Men have nothing to be unhappy about. This organization was established from the beginning, just because a dispute over a vegetable stall led to the death and almost caused a large-scale fight. Because it was not in the Chinese community in Chinatown at the time, many people were treated differently by the white police at the time. In addition, the power was dispersed, so no influential things were done. After a period of discussion, this organization was established to help Asians solve some problems, but just like it was established, because of a dispute at the beginning, there was also a lot of noise in the organization, and everyone's mind was not in it. The Chinese upper class simply disdain this organization. The Huayi Federation has a good influence among the Chinese in California. In particular, there are many hidden wealthy Chinese who are not short of money. It has helped a lot of people. I won't say much about the Asian Federation, which has a lot of contradictions. I chatted with him casually for a few words. In the mood of chatting nonsense, Zhou Jixi didn't feel bored. Especially when he talked nonsense, people had to listen to him. This feeling has to be said to be very good. His network of relationships has developed to a point where it is a bit complicated, but in essence, it is still mainly Chinese. His identity, his origin, and even the property he inherited have a strong Chinese imprint. In the United States, he was able to become one of the influential figures among the Chinese so quickly. In addition to various reasons, the heir of Old Man Bud has won him the friendship of many people. Funding the Democratic Party is just a little less annoying to him than the Republican Party. In addition, most of his friends are Democratic donors, and so are Apple and Jobs. As a smart person, he has to make some choices. What about society? Loyalty is a luxury that no one can afford. If you don't like the Democratic Party, just vote for the Republican Party. You have to see what policies their ruling government has and have enough influence in the local area. Zhou Jixi dealt with many people at this cocktail party and expanded his network. When he went back at night, Mizi drove him to the villa. After he rested in it for a night, he had to continue his activities the next day. For the position of California governor, the campaign has been launched among several candidates. Zhou Jixi supports Jerry Brown this time. He is a typical Democrat, and he has done a good job in environmental protection. And his farm has always supported environmental protection and needs environmental protection. Although he doesn't care much, he has to act like he cares. Too many secrets are sometimes a burden. The most important thing is that his conservative policies are more in line with his interests. As for our governor Arnold, the fiscal deficit is more than 28 billion, which is a big burden for California. Zhou Jixi estimates that many people will be unemployed, and the unemployment rate in California is expected to rise this year. The car drove to a charity auction. Zhou Jixi opened the door and saw Huang Duling. He happily went over to say hello, and he responded enthusiastically. Have you decided? Is it Apple's intention? Huang Duling whispered in his ear. No, it's our intention. The people on the Apple board are not qualified to ask me to help them do things. Zhou Jixi said. His we refers to the alliance of Old Man Bud in the past, who is also Chinese, but a small circle within the big circle. Now he is considered a politically active member in this small circle of Chinese. The old guys obviously don't want to get involved in politics, and the younger ones don't have his influence, so he is now also a representative figure. What about Jobs? Do you dare to say that you are not influenced by him? Huang Duling obviously didn't believe Zhou Jixi's words. He has a good relationship with Obama and the Ministry of Commerce. This is what I need. Zhou Jixi didn't say we. I missed his first campaign, so I have to at least leave an impression on him now. Brother, times have changed. America also needs the political voice of Chinese Americans. Have you seen it? Now batches of Chinese Americans are entering the federal government and are making their voices heard. We just need to give them a little support and I believe they will remember us. Zhou Jixi was a little excited. In this respect, he was influenced by Jobs. Besides, Brown is a good person. I think we will be very happy. Huang Duling said calmly. Former eBay President Whitman invested more than $100 million himself, and he has now raised more than 30 million campaign funds. Brown's money is too little, and although the Democratic Party is the ruling government in many other states, it is obvious that the Republican Party has a higher public opinion index. More money does not necessarily mean victory. Brother, this election is not an auction. It will not be the highest bidder who wins. There are many other factors in the middle. Zhou smiled and patted his shoulder and said, "Okay, I hope you are right." Huang Darling said, "You can find me when you need it." "Thank you." Zhou nodded and said. Then the two walked in side by side. He came in and looked around and saw old man Jerry Brown chatting with Jobs. Chapter 642 Miscellaneous. Chapter 642 Zhou was a little excited. In this respect, he was influenced by Jobs. Besides, Brown is a good person. "I think we will be very happy," Huang Darling said calmly. Former eBay President Whitman invested more than $100 million himself, and he has now raised more than 30 million campaign funds. Brown's money is too little, and although the Democratic Party is the executive government in many other states, it is obvious that the Republican public opinion index is higher. More money does not necessarily lead to victory. Brother, this election is not an auction. It will not be the highest bidder. There are many other factors in the middle. Zhou smiled and patted his shoulder and said, "Okay, I hope you are right." Huang Darling said, "You can find me when you need it." "Thank you." Zhou nodded. Then the two walked in side by side. He came in and looked around and saw the old man Jerry Brown talking to Jobs. Jobs also saw Zhou from a distance and raised his glass to him. He also smiled and nodded and raised his glass to signal. However, Brown beside Jobs said a few words to him, and Jobs nodded, and the two walked over together. "Hey, Steve." Zhou gave him a hug. "Jess." Jobs said, "This is Jerry Brown, the mayor of Oakland." "Hello." Zhou stretched out his hand. Brown also shook hands with him. The old man looked to be in his 70s, but still quite strong. "Hello, young man. It's nice to meet you. My sleep has changed a lot recently because of you. I really want to say thank you." Zhou thought for a while, probably because the fragrance of medicine flowed to his hands. "I feel honored to be able to help others." Because of Jobs' introduction, the two chatted again, and everyone also exchanged various ideas, which was considered a good conversation. "Mr. Brown, the contribution you made to environmental protection when you were in office was truly the best among all the governors of California. I'm honored." "Thank you." The old man said very gentlemanly. "The candidate I'm running for this year has also made certain plans and designs in the aspect of environmental protection. I hope you can tell me about the topic when the time comes." "I heard that you are an environmentalist." "Not really. I just think that human beings need to leave some fresh air for their children." Jobs stood by the plate and listened to the two chatting without showing any impatience. He kept smiling at the two people. His goal was obviously achieved. Zhou represented many wealthy Chinese people. With their support, Jerry Brown could get more campaign funds from the party. The three of them were very happy chatting, so they found a place to sit down and continue talking. Brown listened to Zhou's many suggestions on environmental protection, and he also expressed his own ideas. After the two of them exchanged ideas, he also gained a lot from Zhou. "It's just that I didn't expect that this young man still had real talents and knowledge." Sure enough, people who can become rich will not be too stupid. So he planned to invite me to join his campaign team, hoping to serve as his consultant on environmental protection. Zhou didn't expect that he could be involved in this. There are indeed many high-end wealthy people in the United States who have become consultants to politicians. The founder of Google is still an advisor to Obama. Zhou is not that powerful yet. Now he can consider becoming an advisor to a governor. This year is a minor election year. If he makes a name for himself in this, Obama might also notice him in the general election year. With his wealth, fame and influence, it is possible for him to become a member of the presidential campaign team. That position is not that great, but it is also another kind of success in disguise. J.C. Chow was a little tempted by Brown's request. He didn't need to do anything as a consultant, and he was only a consultant in a certain field, not a think tank, which would save him a lot of trouble. However, Considering some influences, he said he would consider Brown's invitation. He will do something big soon, and it is estimated that he will be on the headlines in the United States for a while. But San Francisco is basically sure to make the headlines once, and the football team has been discussed. Irina has also negotiated with the stadium in San Francisco, and the home stadium will be set up here in the future. And they plan to build their own stadium, which may be used by other teams in the future. JC Chou is not just buying this team. Recently, it is no longer news that Chris Cohen, the owner of the Golden State Warriors, wants to sell the Warriors. He has been involved in scandals with several people. Jay Chou has received many calls from him, but he has not expressed his opinion. He wants the Warriors, but he does not have that much money. Now he can only hold 20% and not let go. No matter who takes over in the future, at least he cannot get around him. However, he does not have much money, and he is a little unwilling to find a partner to buy it together. He wants to share the toys he wants with others, and then the funniest games become boring. Brown still has to greet a lot of people. After greeting the two, he left here first. Jay Chou and others also felt that it was almost done. At least he got what he wanted, and supporting Brown would not lose anything. On the contrary, doing nothing would be a loss. It would be a waste to let the votes rot in his hands. Chinese Americans need to have their own voices, which requires votes to attract politicians to speak for them. As long as you can stand up and show your votes, those politicians are no different from prostitutes. After licking your brother, they still hope you can have a asterisk. The previous generation of Chinese Americans did not do well in this aspect, so they did not live as well as the descendants of other ethnic groups. America is a country that needs to take the initiative to do things. If you do not take the initiative and like to hide, even if you are a powerful politician, you can basically not change anything. What are you thinking about again? Jobs saw that Jay Chou had been in a daze with the red wine in the glass for a while, so he asked him. Thinking about the team. Team? Football? Baseball? Basketball? Jobs asked a little curiously. Recently, I only have enough money to think about football. Do you know the Golden State Warriors in the NBA? Jay Chou asked. I know, it's in Oakland. Yes, it's the city where Brown is the mayor. Jay Chou nodded and said, I don't have enough cash. Although I want the Warriors, it seems that I can't buy it. Jay Chou said a little depressed. You want the Warriors? Jobs asked in surprise. Yes, this big toy is a good guy. Zhou Jixi himself felt that his words were a bit pretentious, but the effects seemed good. Jobs shrugged his shoulders, looked at him with admiration and said, I envy your youth. There's nothing to envy. As long as your mentality is young, your body will slowly become younger. Zhou Jixi was telling the truth, but this sentence was not true. I hope so. Jobs said. In fact, the current market value of your game company can help you borrow hundreds of millions of dollars from the bank. I don't think these are a problem. Indeed, but this is not the result I want. Zhou Jixi smiled and said, just to buy a toy, I have to mortgage my hen that lays golden eggs. This is not a cost-effective thing at first glance. Jobs shook his head and said, I want to say that you can actually give him a portion of the equity in exchange for his desire for cash. Zhou Jixi's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. This was similar to what he had thought at the beginning, but the game company was not used as a bargaining chip. Instead, it was obviously a bit irrational for investors to speculate in the future. After listing, it cheated a large number of wealthy people who bought it from the secondary market. But the current price has not reached its peak. If this is given to Colin, then Zhou Jixi will be the one who loses a lot of money in the end. Now he has taken hundreds of millions from him. Even if the market value shrinks from 100 billion to more than 60 billion in the future, after 40%, Colin will still make money. So this is really not suitable at this stage. However, he can consider using this as collateral, which will not lose money in the future, and can also buy the team. But it is better to invest with that spare money. Zhou Jixi raised his glass and took a sip. This is indeed a good idea. I'll think about it. Colin is an old guy who can talk, as long as you have enough US dollars. Jobs said. Zhou Jixi thought about it but didn't speak. I'll talk to him. At the next auction, Zhou Jixi saw that most people would bid for one or two items, so he followed the crowd and started bidding. The painting was made by a child, and he didn't know which child drew it, but it was much worse than the one in her family. He hadn't seen his daughter for a few days recently, and suddenly looking at the paintings, he missed her a little. If his daughter followed, he would let these people take out money to buy her works. In the future, she will be a valuable little painter. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile happily twice. His daughter sometimes always makes him feel a sense of happiness. This feeling as a father is something he has never experienced in his previous life. But in this life, he suddenly experienced it, from being uncomfortable at the beginning. Now it has become natural, and his daughter has become his concern. According to the fashionable saying, that is the bond often mentioned in Naruto. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 643, Governor's Campaign Advisor. The dinner after the auction almost became a lobbying meeting and self-presentation performance for politicians. Zhou also contacted several Republicans. He could still distinguish between necessary goodwill and unnecessary malice, which was beneficial to him. He was not pure water. He would become red if he was touched by a little red. He would not associate with the other side after choosing one side. It is said that it is easy to fish in muddy water, and the same is true when it comes to politics. It is better to be mixed water. When necessary, express your position. When unnecessary, stand in the position of mainstream theory. Don't put yourself below morality and theory. Smart people should do immoral things themselves, but be able to stand on the moral high ground, to point fingers at others. Although he is not the smartest, it is enough to have some smart people as think tanks. He was busy for a few days in politics. He met with young Chinese activists and reached a consensus in consciousness. He lobbied many old guys to support some congressmen and senators. He also helped Brown a lot in his work. This old but energetic old man also won him a lot of extra points for his performance. In addition, he is an old man in the Democratic Party and has many connections. Although he is still at a disadvantage in publicity and campaign funds compared to his opponents, he tries to make up for it from other places. Brown, you need to show your passion and your understanding of the times and new technologies to the younger generation. You need to prove that your conservative policies can bring benefits to the state government. You have enough appeal among the older generation of Californians, but what about the young people? Zhou stood and said to Brown passionately to a group of people in the room, Internet. This is something that has changed the times. You need to understand it and use it. You need to be an open-minded grandfather. You need to have common topics with young people. Therefore, join Facebook, open Twitter, register Tomcat, and these social networking sites. This will definitely become a new channel for your public opinion index to grow. Several people in the room also nodded in agreement. Jerry Brown looked at his other consultant, who also nodded, and then took out a survey data, which was the benefits of internet publicity during the presidential campaign. After reading it, he also enthusiastically applauded Zhou speech. Jay Chou agreed to become one of Jerry Brown's campaign consultants. He brought a lot of support from Chinese Americans, and the Huawei Federation behind him also sent a lot of people to help him. After all, he couldn't follow Brown to serve him all the time. Besides, what is his identity? Being a consultant to him is already a face giving. If he didn't want to be a presidential campaign consultant in the future, he wouldn't bother to do this. In fact, the most important thing is that when he visits China in the future, he can also go to those mysterious places in China. Those places full of power and secrets. In a few years, maybe he can meet the new boss and the new sister-in-law. When Obama's wife visited, the sister-in-law received him throughout the whole process. Every time she made the headlines, she was very popular, even when they had a meal together. Now in this position, his main thing is to stand up and give Brown enough support when necessary. Now the election propaganda in the United States is becoming more and more diverse. When Obama was in the election, the online propaganda station became a key to his victory. In the future even Hollywood stars will be invited to help him campaign, using their fame to influence the votes in the hands of some fans. As a consultant, JC Chou also proposed some of his own plans. He put forward many opinions on environmental protection and new energy, and a think tank helped him complete them. He also put forward many opinions on California ranch farms. In addition to gaining benefits for himself, he also wanted to gain the support of farmers. Jerry Brown is a conservative. He proposed online publicity to JC Chou. Although there are results, he still thinks that he needs to think about it carefully. He applauded JC for speaking well, and as long as he speaks well, he will applaud enthusiastically. He came to give you face, but you really treat JC Chou as your subordinate. That's called sick. But he didn't want the old voters to think that he was not stable enough because of this, although his age and half a century of political career are enough to prove his stability. However, there are some things about online classics that are not easy to grasp, and there are still many concerns. JC Chou didn't say anything. The consultant just asked if he could take care of it. He proposed it, and Brown thought it was okay, so he started to act purposefully. If it doesn't work, it doesn't matter, he may have a better idea. As a consultant, he has done all the consulting and asking all the questions. After leaving some Chinese team members to join Brown's campaign team, he basically has nothing to do. If it weren't for his good connections in the party, Zhou Jixi would not bother to do all this. After seeing the darkness of many politicians in the past few days, Zhou Jixi found that compared with China, Americans are not much better. It's just that in this regard, their supervision system is more stringent, and the asterisk is also more secretive. After a few busy days, Zhou Jixi sat in his think tank, in the office of his Sky investment company. He dealt with the recent investment reports and investment returns. Except for a few losses in the projects, most of the others brought him huge profits. And that little failure is just a small part of those profitable projects. The profit brought by one of them can make up for it. Signed several investment projects in other countries. Recently, I don't know if it's because he is Asian, his team has targeted investments in Asia, Thailand, Laos, Myanmar, India, Indonesia, Singapore, Malaysia, and even Hong Kong, all have the shadow of his investment company. Whether it's $1 or $2 million or more than $10 million, the short-term investment returns have come out, and the long-term return projects have also increased. Zhou Jixi is very satisfied. There were 2 knocks on the door outside. "Come in," Zhou Jixi said. He looked up and saw his chief consultant Irina walking towards him. He looked at her as if she was a golden hen that would lay eggs. He really made a good choice by choosing her. He smiled at her with a good face. "What's the matter?" Irina looked at Zhou Jixi's eyes that had just been retracted from the investment report, and with his bright smile, it seemed that he was very satisfied with the investment returns and her work. "Boss, several constituency councillors want to talk to you." Zhou Jixi felt a little headache after hearing this. He had seen quite a few of them during this period, and now he saw them again. So he frowned and said, "I have seen too many of these politicians in the past few days. What do they want?" Chapter 644, District Replanning and Meeting with the Secretary of State. We have released the news of building a new stadium to some contractors, and now they have come to us. Many people hope to be in their constituency, which will not only increase the commercial value, but also create many jobs. The money for this matter has not been settled yet. How come these people are here so soon? He thought for a while and said, "You should refuse them. I have a lot of things to do recently, so forget it." "Okay, boss. Oh, by the way, pay attention to your tone when you speak," Zhou Jixi said. "I will handle these well." Irina said, "This year's Secretary of State has also sent an inquiry, hoping to talk to you." Zhou Jixi wanted to refuse, as if he had nothing to do with him. "Why did he find me? What can we talk about? Healthcare reform plan or something else?" These don't seem to be what he should do. But suddenly a piece of news came to his mind. California is the 2nd congressional district, and there are plans to replan it recently. But there seems to be no connection. Why did the Secretary of State find him? If it was because of a stadium, he felt unlikely. Suddenly, could it be Jobs? Zhou Jixi immediately thought of Steve Jobs. 2 days ago, He was still happy that Steve Jobs owed him a favor, but Steve Jobs said that he would soon pay it back. He was still wondering. It seemed that he had nothing to ask of him, and the only thing that Steve Jobs could help him with was the district planning. He also contributed a lot to Obama's rise to power. The Secretary of State and the President are definitely closely connected. If the Secretary of State goes against Obama, Obama will be in trouble. And Steve Jobs and Obama also have a good relationship in private. Obama asked him about patriotism, but he said he loved him in person. But he dared to say in front of the president that he would help the factory to a foreign country. This has nothing to do with patriotism. It's just that as a businessman, this is the right thing to do. The employment rate is something that the government departments should think about, and he is a businessman, and he should think about how to increase the company's profits. Thinking of this, Zhou had some ideas. He had helped Steve Jobs a lot recently, and Zhou thought that he might be returning the favor. Perhaps this is a good opportunity. People in the Federation said that they hope to increase the voice of Chinese Americans by dividing several cities with a high proportion of Chinese Americans into several constituencies. The elected representatives and senators must consider the interests of these Chinese American voters, and of course, the interests of these wealthy Chinese Americans. Moreover, this year's census has already begun in California. The California Redistricting Commission will also redraw the California House, Senate and congressional districts, based on the 2010 California census data. The new district map will be used for the 2012 election. People in the Federation hope that, in order to maintain sufficient voice for Chinese Americans in the redistricting of some constituencies that have a greater impact on Asian Americans, the new constituencies need to ensure the integrity of the Asian American community and consolidate the political power of Asian Americans. Of course, the key is to hope that Chinese Americans can become the dominant force. Only when the political power of Asian Americans is strong can they gain more benefits. Compared with now, many legal amendments, farm taxes, and support from local governments all require political power. Although other people can do it, wouldn't it feel better if the Chinese did it themselves? The meeting place is chosen by him, and the time is also decided by him. I also hope to bring 2 guests. Can you ask if it's okay? Zhou nodded in agreement and showed his sincerity. They are just communicating by phone now, and the conversation between the two will be discussed in person. However, he can't handle this matter alone. He needs to notify the seniors in the Hawaii Federation, so that everyone can be prepared. Maybe they don't need to make so much trouble about the replanning of the constituency. Tokyo City and the Asian community is very active. Such little devils are restless wherever they go. Zhou and others believe that the boss of Asians can only be Chinese. As for the little devils, just follow behind and forget about the things that come out. Zhou called the people in the Federation to notify the time of the meeting. Everyone had a meeting and he also talked about the matter. As for the constituency planning, as long as he passed this level, he wouldn't need to make so much trouble in the future. As for who to take with him, of course he would take the 2 elders who gave him the most support, and they were all allies of the elder bud. Zhou also hoped that they could give him some advice. The elders had lived for decades longer than him, and he had only been in the American society for a short time, so sometimes their experience could help him a lot. In order to show his importance, Zhou decided to go to New York State to meet our Secretary of State, and the 2 elders agreed. After setting the time for the meeting, Zhou chartered a plane to give the 2 elders the best rest environment. In his heart, he was thinking whether he should buy a plane. With his wealth, he should have had one a long time ago. In the past, there was no running around like now. Now, maybe one day he will fly somewhere, and buying a plane is also much more convenient to use. In addition, if he travels, having a plane is also face saving, isn't it? This is what Zhou values most. NBA players have their own planes, and he may be a successful person who is the owner of the team in the future. He doesn't even have his own plane. How embarrassing it is to say it out. It seems that we have to go and have a look. We have to buy a plane too. Zhou muttered. Jess, what are you talking about? We can't hear you clearly. One of the old predecessors, Mr. Huang, asked. This old man used to start his business by operating second-hand cars. Now his family owns many car markets, taxi companies and car rental companies. Yes. Another old man, Lan, also said that he was from Fujian province and was a fellow villager of Zhou. This surname is a minority there, but the elders have long forgotten that and naturalized into the Han nationality. He works in securities in the United States. He is definitely a rich old man. It's just that he didn't do anything big, but he also steadily laid down a big business for his children. Now several children have also entered the company, and one of them is developing into a politician. The old man also supports him. Zhou helped his children to make a lot of connections and introduced some of his politician friends. So the old man Lan has a good relationship with him. The old man hopes that his children will live well. No, I just want to buy a private jet. I've been traveling a lot lately, so I need to buy one to get around. And I can modify it however I want, and it's comfortable to sit in. Zhou said with a smile. Haha. It's time to buy it. Time is dollars. It's really convenient to have your own plane. Mr. Lan is from the financial field, so he agrees with things that can make things convenient for him. Chapter 645. Saw. Meeting with the Deputy Secretary of State is a big deal, but not the biggest one. Anyway, if the person in this position is unlucky, he may step down. If there is any negative news, he may face impeachment by the House. Zhou used a private name for this meeting. The wife of the Deputy Secretary of State is the president of an environmental protection organization. This time, the meeting was also held in this name. Zhou didn't care what the name was, as long as he had a relationship with her. He had the confidence Obama would come to him in 2 years. After all, Zhou was a good choice. The current Secretary of State is Hillary. It is said that when the intern in the White House made love with her husband Clinton, it was done under her nose. In the White House office, we have to say that our zipper Clinton is really interesting. His wife won the Nobel Prize outside, and he dared to make love with that woman later. Zhou sometimes really admires him. Of course, there is also Hillary, who has not divorced, even though she is like this. It is really not an ordinary person. It is not easy for the mistress to swallow it. In the end, the mistress left in disgrace. The three of them got on the car sent over. When they arrived at the location, they saw the wife of the Deputy Secretary of State and many people standing at the door to meet them. Zhou walked down like a gentleman and greeted these people enthusiastically. The two old predecessors are used to this. Businessmen and politicians are actually not much better. The power and interests that can be exchanged for a momentary smile are nothing. These two types of people pursue results, and the things in the middle can be selectively forgotten. There are 6 Deputy Secretaries of State in the United States. Their main job is the second position in the US State Department after the Secretary of State. They serve as the main deputy and chief assistant to the Secretary of State. And they assume the responsibilities of acting as the Secretary of State when the Secretary of State is absent. Of course, this is the surface. In fact, his work also has its own division of labor. Obama needs a government that can be operated and controlled, and the Deputy Secretary of State, when he loses the position of Secretary of State and trades it to Hillary, has to consider it well. Zhou asked to go in. This is a good family dinner. Deputy Secretary of State Berger, this man whose name means glory, wearing a pair of glasses, he looked gentle but refined. Several people had a nice dinner and chatted for several hours in the middle. The Deputy Secretary of State spent his hard-earned vacation on tasting delicious food. Of course, several people also talked about a lot of constituency matters. Zhou didn't plan to rely on them in this regard. It is the hardest truth to be a man alone. Spend some money to hire some persuasion companies, and they can help him handle things well. Zhou also believes that if you can get it done with money, don't care about that little money. Several people chatted happily, and Zhou was also very happy when he left. The two people in the room were also in a good mood. Zhou promised a valuable check for his wife's charity organization, and the two old men didn't hesitate to pay a lot of money. He didn't understand or disdain such things as protecting water sources or helping those black African brothers to dig wells. The old blacks can help, so it's better to use that little money to do good things at home. How many people can be helped by digging a well in that place in Africa? Zhou Jixi had not calculated carefully. He would ask his subordinates to look at the data that would be sent to him in the future. He would analyze the simplest data for him, which might make him look a lot more relaxed. The next day, Zhou Jixi gave the check to his wife through normal channels. It was only a charitable donation. The account was clear, and it seemed that she did not get any benefits. But compared with fame, that little money is really nothing. What she wants is not only to make achievements in this area, but also to make a name for herself. If she goes to the government department to run for election in the future, her starting point will be much higher than others. Besides, it can also help her husband gain a good influence. The two old predecessors also wrote checks and gave them clearly. As for the other small actions behind the scenes, they have to see what they do. There are talents in this area in the association, so there is no need to worry, but they have to act carefully. Everyone was very satisfied when they went back this time, especially the young and middle-aged Chinese, who are all active members. After seeing Zhou Jixi's actions, they were even more enthusiastic. Zhou Jixi's proportion in the Federation is getting more and more powerful now. It's not like when he first came. Not so many people thought what he said made sense. They all looked good on the surface, but in fact, they still said something about him behind his back. After coming back this time, he really changed a lot. He was not as free and unrestrained as he is now. He was praised for what he said. It was good. He was very satisfied. Seeing that things here were almost done, he should turn his vacation, which was equivalent to going to college, into a vacation during school. Zhou Jixi, who was busy, could only take time to go to school. His recent absence had caused dissatisfaction in the school. He took the opportunity to go there quickly, handed in his thesis, and took care of the defense. Then he could basically go to graduate school. Of course, the most important thing was to sponsor something for the school, which would make him a useful student. Stanford, as the richest school, was not short of his money. He was just a famous dropout, and a well-known and outstanding alumnus. Of course, the latter was better. Harvard had two people who didn't finish college properly, but they both succeeded. This is not good news. Zhou Jixi is the same now. He will go to school until graduation, or graduate early, and then he will be an outstanding alumnus of Stanford. He still values this reputation. With this reputation, he will not lack manpower in terms of connections. In addition, the fraternity and the Chinese American Federation have also given a lot of support. His ability is obvious to all. Although he has fewer classes, he has not disgraced the reputation of Stanford. Therefore, the school has also given tolerance, but the university also has principles, and things that are too excessive are really unavoidable. Zhou Jixi returned to school to do the defense. If he is lucky, there will be basically no problems. He sent such a small number of people. Unless there is an accident or some other reason, Zhou Jixi's luck has always been good. When he returned to the fraternity dormitory, he was startled by the accident. He had prepared a homecoming party for him. It was pitch black when he walked in, and the lights suddenly turned on with a snap. A group of people surrounded him with a piece of cake in their hands. Chapter 646. Happy Return. Zhou Jixi was a little dazed, staring at these people blankly and said, "It seems that today is not my birthday." After seeing his performance, everyone looked at each other and laughed tacitly. Haha. Haha. Of course, we just want to welcome you back. As for this birthday cake, if you see the cream hanging on it, you will know that it is not originally for you. It's just that there is no one to receive the gift, so we took it out to suit the occasion. Kaylee looked at Bobby in a funny way and said with a face that looked exactly like him. Zhou Jixi glanced at the cake. Poor Bobby. Being dumped by a woman is also an experience. I believe you will definitely be a good gunner in the future. Zhou Jixi said this very seriously and patted his shoulder with loyalty. Wells, Carrie, Perez and others also said slyly, we believe it too. Zhou Jixi's two younger brothers, Tom Tanaka, were jumping happily today. In order to welcome the boss back to school and to be able to mix in the upper circles of the fraternity in the future, he hoped that this welcoming party would be well held. Boss, please accept our grand welcome. As he said this, the sound of fireworks came from behind him, and a colorful round light lit up above his head. A small stage was also built in the original leisure area on the right, and 2 DJs played music on it. We should really thank the sound insulation design of the interior made by the seniors in the past. Once the door is closed, no one outside can hear the music, unless it is the kind of music with a lot of noise. The DJ adjusted the rhythm, and everyone gradually relaxed their bodies with the music. Let's welcome our beloved Jess back. Let's have fun. Yeah yeah. Ah. A group of wolf-like echoes. Zhou felt the warm atmosphere, and was a little moved. Everyone loves to make fun and play. At this moment, as the center of the crowd, this feeling is a little different from the people who surrounded him, and admired him before. Perhaps this is the simplicity of young people. Zhou took the beer handed over, and drank it in big gulps. Then he stood on the table, waving his arms, and drinking with everyone, swaying. This night was really lively, drinking and playing games. Zhou's reputation as the Stanford Game King is not for nothing. He has keen 5 senses and flexibility of hands and feet. No matter what kind of beer cup, he plays table tennis very smoothly. In terms of pouring beer, he cheated to the extreme and even cheated several friends. He stood up with alcohol on his upper body. I don't know if it was the 2 girls from the sorority who came to the social gathering, who pinned something like a boxing champion belt on his waist. Zhou looked at her charming appearance and pulled her over for a French kiss. The woman almost hung on him, and the people around him whistled. Who else is coming? I'm almost done, Zhou said proudly, while looking at the crowd. But some people booed, while others gave thumbs down. They were really contemptuous. They had said this several times just now. How many people had been cheated? They were still lying on the ground. Some people had fallen asleep after vomiting in the bathroom. They wanted to cheat them after winning the belt. Everyone was not stupid. Zhou fell asleep, and he didn't know how he fell asleep. He was tired of cheating, so he drank as much as he wanted to drink until he was drunk. In the end, he really was drunk. I don't know if it was morning or afternoon, but a ray of sunlight sneaked in from the gap outside. When I played last night, I also drew the curtains. 2 fancy lights will also cause unnecessary trouble. He blocked the light with his hands until his eyes adjusted, and then he found himself lying on the carpet on the floor of the living room, with 2 men beside him. This made him raise his eyebrows twice, especially when he saw a hand pinching his chest twice. Damn, what's going on here? He woke up and immediately looked at his lower body, reaching out to touch his anus. Fortunately, my pants are still there, and my anus doesn't hurt. He breathed a sigh of relief, removed his hands and feet, and took a casual look. It was his other little brother Jenny. As for the little devil Tom Tanaka, he didn't know when he rolled under the dining table, but it was enviable that he was holding a woman with a good figure in his arms. But it was sympathetic that this kid was actually naked from the bottom of his body. He smiled and took out his mobile phone to aim at the angle and took a few photos repeatedly. But he didn't wake him up. Something interesting might happen later. If he woke him up now, how could he see the good show behind? He laughed twice and wanted to take a shower. He was very uncomfortable with the alcohol on his body, and there were some snacks and other crumbs in his hair. It would be really sad if he didn't wash it. Walking into the high-end bathroom in the fraternity, the decoration was white, clean and tidy, but it was a pity that there was no voice-controlled and intelligent shower equipment. He opened it manually, washed it carefully, and threw the clothes that were soaked in water into the trash can. Yesterday, it was really too dirty. I don't know if it was stained with other people's vomit, but the unpleasant smell always attacked his nose. Hey, thousands of dollars are gone just like that. Brother can sell it for a watermelon. It's hard to say whether it's a proud sigh or a pity for the waste. He just took a refreshing shower. There were footsteps outside the door again. They were the slippers to change into in the bathroom. They usually don't wear them. I guess only the classmates who came to visit would wear them. The shower room was very large, like a cowboy pub, with a small door in the middle. Zhou was too lazy to close the thing. Besides, he talked about his good bird and let people admire it and envy it. After shaking the bird, he saw who came. The woman took off her clothes while walking, and her brows were slightly frowned. Zhao Jixi knew that this woman had drunk a lot last night. I don't know if he has provoked too many women recently or because he has drunk too much and has no sexual interest at this time. He still took a shower contentedly. The woman's breasts stood tall, her breasts were dark and beautiful, and a few strands of hair were the same color as her hair. She stood opposite Zhao Jixi, and the two could see each other from a distance. The woman was a little surprised when she saw little Jixi, which made Zhao Jixi very unhappy. Is it surprising that we Asians grow up a little bit? Although it is not as good as the blackbird, it is also a good drill that can open a river rift. But this woman's figure is really good. Zhao Jixi was a little worried about the little brother who saluted and wanted to turn around to wash, but then he thought that as a man, he actually had to avoid women. What a joke. So, stand at attention and salute. For my brother, attack. After taking a shower, he wrapped a bath towel around him and walked out happily. While walking, he deliberately whistled next to the woman over there and said to her with a smile, "If you want to find clothes, I have a few more asterisk over there. This is it." Without waiting for the woman to reply, he walked away. He went to the dry area to blow dry his hair. Facing the mirror, where his facial features had become much more three-dimensional, he nodded with satisfaction, gestured a few times on his muscles, and after a while of enjoying himself, he walked out. Wells had also woken up, and his whole body was full of stench. On the way to the bathroom, he happened to run into Zhao Jixi. "Hey, Jess, you were really great last night." He gave a thumbs up. Zhao Jixi didn't feel that this was a compliment at all. He looked at Wells with a black line on his head. "Dude, I'm not gay. If you say that again, I don't mind doing it for you once." Wells was stunned for a moment. Didn't he think that what he said was wrong? Haha. The woman behind Zhao Jixi also came out soon, wrapped in a bath towel, but her breasts were still about to burst out. It's good to hear the conversation between the two. At first, there was a little misunderstanding, but Zhao Jixi's answer instantly threw away the idea of another handsome guy being gay. Wells understood now. What he said was a bit strange. He shook his head, which was a bit swollen and painful. Maybe he was still drunk. "Jess, I'm going to take a shower first. My brain is too slow to react." It seems that the symptoms of being drunk are a bit serious. He walked past two people. Zhao Jixi met the woman's eyes and spread his hands to show that he really had no improper relationship with him. He really liked women. "Really? You still don't believe it? After I said that, don't believe it? Then I'll prove it to you. Let's go to my room." "I still don't believe it. If I don't ask you to kneel down and sing a song of conquest, you will really change your name to Lun." Pa. The two people who were once in love. Only Zhao Jixi was left lying on the bed. The woman wore his clothes, which were a little loose, but she was very good at matching. She matched Zhao Jixi's several international brands with women, and they looked very stylish. Because the woman didn't have a belt, his scarf worth more than 2,000 yuan was directly used as a belt to tie it up. It was very tasteful when matched with an ornament. Zhao Jixi felt pain in his flesh. The money he paid to this woman whose name he didn't know was more expensive than the price he paid to a call girl. And she was alone, while the call girl was charged for 3. After the exercise, it was time to do something. He was lucky. At least he woke up in the morning, and he could go to class in the afternoon and play rugby. He put on some ordinary clothes. In this school where the value of knowledge outweighs other material values, Zhao Jixi didn't think that he would get more respect by wearing a set of famous brands. And a set of miscellaneous brands would not attract a group of contempt. As long as they are clean and tidy, I believe that, after leaving this school, they will definitely be able to wear famous brands in the future. Because this is Stanford. On the rugby field, the current coach Campella likes Zhao Jixi very much. He hasn't seen him recently. He didn't expect that he still has such good physical data after just returning. It seems that he is really a guy who likes to exercise. Chapter 647. This year's college fiesta bowl will be a good choice for Zhao Jixi. Coach Campbell watched Zhao Jixi running on the field and jumped to intercept the opponent's ball. He couldn't help but secretly exclaimed beautiful. His reaction speed, jumping ability and field prediction ability are all very good. If he can have time to cultivate his overall view of the field, he may become a good quarterback. But now he thinks that such a strong player, before he has fully mastered football and there is a good quarterback in the team, he thinks that the tight end may be a good choice for him. There is also a left winger, to use him to protect the quarterback, and I believe it will definitely create a good effect. Hey, Jess. Campbell called Zhou over. What's the matter, coach? Zhou was covered in sweat, but he didn't breathe. I think you can try the left winger. What do you think? Left winger? Zhou is not a football rookie. The role of this position is to protect the quarterback and the offensive guard, which is his original position. There is a famous left winger recently. Not only has a book been published, based on his experience, but it is also said that a movie will be made. Zhou had actually watched it in his previous life. It is an inspirational movie called Blindside. Although it mostly describes family warmth, football has become a seasoning. But these mainstream ideas are still very good in Zhou's view now. At least they are a kind family who adopted this homeless child. They gave him the best teacher and the warmth of family affection. They also gave him a home, which is the most important thing. He has a sister and a brother. They both like and admire this big guy in the family. And it is such a person who plays football, but gets out of the door. Many universities have also sent invitations, hoping that he can join. However, several of them blocked him, but he finally chose the University of Mississippi, where Coach Ed Orgeron was, and the alma mater of Leanne Taoist. His decision caused some controversy, and the National Collegiate Athletic Association, NCAA, suspected that the Taoist couple adopted Oha so that he could play in their favorite school. This point is still in doubt. However, on August 1st, 2005, the NCAA agreed to let him play in the University of Mississippi. In addition, Oha's high school coach Hugh Freeze was offered the job of assistant athletic director at the University of Mississippi 20 days after Oha received the acceptance letter, which also aroused some suspicion. Freeze claimed that this job was not a quid pro quo for encouraging Oha to join the University of Mississippi, but because of his existing relationship with the offensive coach of the University of Mississippi, Noel Mazzone. Later, the NCAA punished Mazzone for contacting players on behalf of the school before he became a formal employee. Oha played as a guard in the first 10 games of his first season at Mississippi State University and was selected to the All-American Freshman First Team. In the 2006 season, he switched to the left tackle position and was selected to the Preseason All-Conference and All-American rotation. In the first 2 seasons, he was also selected to the Southeastern Conference Offensive Line First Team and Second Team respectively. He also made great progress in academics, and his IQ increased by 20 to 30 points compared to his childhood. Thinking that it was almost done, Zhou was still in a daze when he came back to his senses. After a moment of hesitation, seeing that the coach was still looking at him, Zhou nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll try." "Okay." The coach nodded with satisfaction, and then clapped his hands and shouted loudly, "Assemble, start a new sparring. Wells, come here. Carey, all of you come here. Big guy Bailey, let's start the mat sparring, and start elite training." As soon as the coach spoke, the staff moved the mat over, and Campbell said something to the 2 people. Zhou stood at one end of the mat, stretched his body, and smiled at the big man opposite with his helmet on. The big man Bailey shuddered. During normal training, everyone was on the same side, and he and Zhou never met. But when he saw him on the court, he bravely charged, and his opponents fell to the ground and wailed. He used to feel sympathy for these people, but this time he was nervous. The coach blew the whistle twice, and Zhou and the big man were ready. Beep, the whistle blew. Zhou's breathing rhythm, which he had just adjusted to perfection, burst out all of a sudden. Ha! With both hands, he pushed Bailey on the opposite side with force, and his feet and body were ready for the best force rhythm. Although Bailey responded, his body seemed to be out of his control the moment Zhou touched him. Zhou pushed Bailey back, and then exerted force again, pushing Bailey to the ground. The people around who were watching all this were probably used to Zhou's brutal collisions. Although they were shocked, they did not show any signs of losing their composure. However, the expression on their faces had already expressed what they wanted to say. What a perfect bulldozer. This idea had already appeared in their minds. It turns out that those meals were not eaten in vain. This muscle strength and bone strength are really perfect and amazing. Coach Canbella also knew that Zhao Jixi could eat a lot. If he didn't know that he was very wealthy, Canbella would think that Zhao Jixi would eat himself out of money. Big Bailey is a typical tall and wide person. Zhao Jixi seems to be one size smaller than her, but it is such a giant boy who was pushed back by him. When this flashed before everyone's eyes, the shock in their hearts was already difficult to explain in words. Zhao Jixi was also a little proud, but he still walked over and pulled up Bailey, who fell to the ground. Patting his shoulders twice, Bailey could only smile bitterly. This was the result he knew from the beginning, but when he really got the result, he felt very disappointed. The feeling of powerlessness and a little fear at that moment were all because of the man in front of him. He grabbed his chest, and his hands did not play a good role in front of Zhao Jixi. "Wow, Jess, you are great." Wells also comforted Bailey, and then congratulated Zhao Jixi. "Your food is really digested. This explosive strength is so shocking." Zhao Jixi looked around and found that everyone seemed to have the same idea. Could it be that his appetite was so newsworthy? These people were really boring. "I know this. It's always been like this." He looked confident, but no one felt disgusted. People who have both strength and skills are not jealous of him. "Don't envy me for being able to eat more delicious food. I'm blessed by God here." Zhao Jixi chatted with a few friends for a few words, and the next scene was about to perform the trick of pushing people. Zhao Jixi looked at a group of friends who were lined up next to the coach. They all wanted to test his strength. Although he had a lot of opinions about this, he was embarrassed to offend everyone, since everyone said so. Besides, these people also wanted to be taught a lesson by him, so there was no need to be polite this time. On the mat, Zhao Jixi overturned his teammates one after another and killed several people in a row. Only then did he show a state of breathing, and he had some strength left. Everyone seemed to see hope at this time, and their morale was suddenly boosted. Then they came up again like stupid birds. There were still quite a few people, but seeing that Zhao Jixi's routine seemed to be more and more like drinking, many people who drank with Zhao Jixi reacted. This guy was probably a little dissatisfied with the coach's arrangement. This time it was clearly like drinking, and he must be trying to trick them. So the 20 or so people here had already started to sneak away. Zhao Jixi looked proud for a while, and then it was a practical exercise. He put on the clothes of his teammates in the same color. As for the others, they put on non-main players' uniforms. The confrontation between the two teams started soon. Zhao Jixi took the lead in knocking down the one in front of him, and also protected the quarterback. His powerful and quick movements also caused the girls on the sidelines to exclaim. They were very optimistic about this man just now, but they didn't expect that he was really good on the court. "Ah, Jess. The girls waved the balls in their hands, kicked high or raised their hands to cheer, just to show their support for him. Zhao Jixi also smiled and turned back to wave at them, and there was another scream. "It seems that my growth in this life was not in vain. I have a face that is liked by women from both the East and the West. It is really a blessing from God." Sometimes he still thinks that if he goes bankrupt, he can probably make a living by relying on his face. But Zhao Jixi goes bankrupt. That is basically impossible. He has such a fortune. What is there to be afraid of? Just a little bit left will allow him to spend the rest of his life well. Zhao Jixi returned to the live game and then divided into groups for sparring. Then, he asked the substitute teammates who stood in front of him one by one to touch the quarterback without falling after each start. Zhao Jixi sometimes thought that he still had some talent, but he didn't develop it before. Especially when he was asked to cooperate with the force technique. When he abused other teams, it was like playing. As long as the quarterback is not too bad, there is basically no problem. With him protecting in front, he pushed away the enemies who wanted to get close to him, and resolutely did not let them succeed. Chapter 648, The Hope of Winning, Jay Chou. A dozen people were running on the green field, with strength and passion colliding, sweat and muscles rubbing against each other. Zhao Jixi's crushing ability tortured the reserve players. The players who fell on the grass felt that Zhao Jixi was their nightmare. especially the right winger, who was opposite Zhou, and pushed him out of the field, like in the movie. The cheerleaders screamed, like they were infatuated. Zhou looked at the cheerleaders, and regretted that he came too late. Most of the girls were already in a relationship, and he didn't like those who were not. He could only look forward to seeing what good junior girls would come in this year, but the cheerleading team really didn't recruit many people. Zhou's figure running back was reflected in the eyes of those players, and his body became a little trembling. He thought to himself that he must be promoted to the main force, and he must be promoted to the main force. It was no longer a question to be his teammate or his enemy. The miserable state of their enemies needs no description. It's all bloody reality. Zhou's performance also let Coach Canberra see the potential of winning this year. The Cardinals of Stanford University have not appeared in the finals for a long time. Compared with those rugby continents, the fan base of college teams in California is still a little worse. Other cities have only hundreds of thousands of people, but the stadium of 100,000 people is full, and they don't like to give tickets to the visiting team. There is a stadium of 100,000 people in the Los Angeles area of California, and 60,000 people in the San Francisco Bay Area is about the same. Stanford University is a rugby team, and the outside world calls it the Crimson Team, but some people still like to call it the Cardinals, which is more domineering. In this year's 4 major bowl games, until the final NCAA finals, Stanford only won one championship in 1926, and at that time it still won several championships a year. It's not as real as these modern championships. Ida has won more than a dozen real championships, including modern ones. They won the championship in 2009, which was last year. There are also teams like the Fighting Irish, the Sooners, and the Trojans. They are not easy to deal with. The 6 major sports leagues in the United States have competitions every year. Stanford University, where J.C. Chou is in the Pacific 10 School League, but this year, 2 new schools joined, and now it has become the Pacific 12. Others include the Atlantic League, the Big East League, the Big 10, not the Pacific 10 where J.C. Chou is, now the Big 12, the Southeastern League, and another Big 12. There are many other leagues, but the above 6 are indeed the most famous. Of course, there is also the Ivy League. The United States seems to be good in everything, but it also likes to circle and play regional games. We play by ourselves, and I really don't want to lead you. But with the development of the times, there are higher requirements for honors, and the NCAA, a national league competition, is also more attractive. Zhou didn't understand this very well now. Wells and other friends have been helping him to sort it out. But if you are often exposed to this kind of thing, or you are influenced by it, you can quickly understand it. For Zhou, who only sees football on the computer, and has never even broadcast football on national television, he simply doesn't understand so many twists and turns. But he still wrote it down, but he was disdainful in his heart. Now he will push it out and crush those people one by one to win. Big 12, Big East, Big 10, Pacific 12 and Southeastern Conference, Secretary, 6 divisions belong to the BCS division. In addition to the independent team Notre Dame, the participating teams of the national championship are generally from the teams in these divisions. The other 5 divisions are non-BCS divisions. It doesn't mean that the teams in these divisions cannot participate in the national championship, but because the divisions themselves are weak, even if a team wins all, it is difficult to be ranked in the top 2 of the BCS rankings. So without considering the national championship, the participating teams of the 4 major bowl games are the Rose Bowl, the Festive Bowl, the Orange Bowl, and the Sugar Bowl. The school league, where Zhou is playing, is the Rose Bowl. There has been a lot of muscle activity these days. He is not only a left winger, but also a forward and offensive guard. Canberra even let him try the position of interceptor. Relying on his flexible skills and strength, he performed very well in these positions. A jack of all trades on the court is an elite jack of all trades. Canberra really likes it, but it's useless for him to like it now. Zhou may not have time to play in the NCAA. He may have to go to the Rose Bowl from time to time. We have so much wealth, why spend so much time playing that? One day, this idea of his somehow reached Canberra's ears, and the old man was anxious. Zhou is the key to his current arrangement on the court, but he doesn't even know if he can play. What should he do? Captain Wells was called into the office to ask about the rumor. He thought it might just be a rumor. Unexpectedly, Wells also told him with regret that it was indeed true. At the beginning, they had no idea that JC Chow had the ability. They just wanted to ask him to come in and play. Later, they thought that he had a lot of strength and could try to be a substitute and play in the future. Who knew that this guy was so strong? It seems that the team cannot do without the quarterback, but he is even more indispensable. Offensive weapon, defensive stalwart, perfect guard. Each of them is a role that the team needs very much, but he can do them all very well and achieve results. Coach, it's not that I don't want to persuade him. If I say too much, the professors at the School of Life Sciences will give me trouble. Jess doesn't have much time to begin with. The professors there all said that, as long as he focuses on biology, by the age of 30, he will not just maybe, but definitely get a first-class scientific award, as long as he persists in his research. By the time he's in his 30s, he might even win the Nobel Prize. Wells dealt with the old man, and he has several companies. Although they are all managed by managers, they also have a lot of things to do. You want him to treat his hobbies as a burden, and I think that's a bit difficult. Campbell listened to Wells' explanation and thought silently, wondering what attitude he should have towards Zhou and how to get him to give some time to the competition. Thank you, Wells. I will consider it. He paused and looked at Wells seriously and said, but Wells, don't you want to leave a legend in the school? Rose Bowl, NCAA, as a champion for nearly 100 years, history will remember you and your team. Wells walked out without saying a word, but his mind was boiling with the old man's words. Yes, who doesn't want to leave a legend and write history? In the past, he played football at Stanford, just wanting to leave a good memory. His identity has determined that no matter how much he likes it, he can't play in the professional league as a professional player. Let's not talk about whether he can have an outstanding career, even if he has a successful career. Although that may also be a kind of success, it is different from the success he wants. Players are just bought and sold by agents and managers. What he wants to do is to buy and sell others, not to be bought and sold by others. He has known this truth since he was a child, and he has always taken this as his goal. He likes football because of his father, and some of it is because he really likes it and regards it as his greatest hobby. The college competition might be his last one. In the future, there will be no tens of thousands of people watching him and cheering for him. He suddenly clenched his fist, but after a while he let it go again. After repeating this several times, he finally made up his mind. It seems that he has to have a good talk with Jay Chow. Then Campbell called a few more players to the office to chat. After the players came out, they all looked a little worried. And if you look closely, these people have a good relationship with Jay Chow. Among them, there are several members of the Shriners Brotherhood. Jay Chow did not notice this scene. The cool breeze and cool water sent by the girls made his heart hot. Female fans. Brother also has female fans. Jay Chow was full of disbelief and pride. If he said he was not proud of this, it was really not his character. He chewed the gum sent by the girls and chatted with them with a fresh mouth. The few people who had chatted with Campbell were still struggling. Seeing Jay Chow picking up girls, they thought it would not be a good idea to go there now. A few people gathered together and started chatting. I think with Jess, we do have a chance of entering the semifinals of the Rose Bowl. Wells shook his head. I think it's more than that. We will definitely do better in the Rose Bowl, and the finals are also possible. Yes, I agree with Wells. Our 12 leagues will be easier to play than other leagues. The NCAA is the main course. Kyrie said, looking at the brothers around him a little fanatically. Guys, do you want to leave Stanford with honors, and when you come back, you will be the goal that those younger students are chasing after, and the idol in their eyes? Or, just stay on the team for a while, leave after graduation, and then just put a family photo in the Linux room, without even a conspicuous photo of one person, and without a single trophy left? Everyone was silent for a moment, and suddenly someone smiled and said, I think. Several people looked at the person who was speaking. I think. Maybe there was some eye pressure. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva before saying, I think I still have to say this to Jess. After all, he is the key now. He patted him and said, of course I know. These are just rehearsals. The old man Campella has screwed us all. I feel like a fire is burning in my heart now. The glory of the championship seems to be just around the corner. As long as we convince Jess, it seems that we can win the championship. Although this may only be a theoretical statement, it is still so tempting. Guys, Jess, do you think we can convince him? Kaylee felt a little guilty. I think if you offer your butt, maybe he will agree. Some people wanted to liven up the atmosphere. After all, Jay Chou was also their good friend. Why did they feel like they were calculating against their good friends when they were so moved at this moment? Jess, eat grapes. The girl handed it to Jay Chou and said. He took a bite, and after swallowing it, his nose felt a little uncomfortable. His trachea was squeezed, and he sneezed. He sniffed twice. Who is talking about me? Chapter 649. Insect repellent grass can appear. The college football bowl game has a great influence in the United States. Just by comparing the ratings to the NBA, we can get a glimpse of its appearance. Zhou actually wanted to leave his reputation in this school, and he also wanted to become a celebrity and a student idol. With the label of a sports celebrity, it would be much easier for him to buy a team in the future, especially a football team. He also has a lot of foundation. At least he will not be considered as an outsider who came in to make money. In the next 2 days, many people came to Zhou and talked to him about the game. Zhou also expressed his intention, that is, he needed a complete game schedule, and he also intended to participate in the college football game. But he couldn't guarantee that there would be no important things that would take him away. After getting the game schedule, he could arrange his time reasonably. Wells, Kerry and others took the form to help Zhou make plans. These were actually mostly games in the second half of the year, not many in the first half of the year. The NCAA finals after the bowl game were all key plays. Zhou took a look and thought it was okay. He was sometimes lazy, and he was really afraid that a lot of things would overwhelm him, which would not feel very good. The days at school passed quickly. Because of playing basketball, Zhou had to take a break after graduating from college, but he had already started studying graduate courses and had found a doctoral supervisor. The most important thing was that the doctoral supervisor's research project was exactly the organisms on Zhou's farm, and he was the sponsor of this research. He signed a series of contracts with this doctoral supervisor to ensure that the research results belonged to Zhou, and the doctoral supervisor would get not only fame but also profits. Zhou never failed in this regard, and Harvey always gave him the best and most profitable legal support, allowing him to legally own the future research results. After becoming a graduate student, there were more experimental courses that required practice. Compared with Zhou's hands-on operation last year, he became more professional and rigorous in writing reports. His own laboratory has now been built, and he used his original glass greenhouse to build it. 2 more floors were excavated underground not far from the greenhouse, and there was another building on top, which was directly connected to the greenhouse. The project was not too big and the money was not much. The biggest expense was the experimental equipment. A cell separator was worth the price of his laboratory's rough room, not to mention other things. The most important thing was that this was his private laboratory, and the items had to be complete and exquisite. He would spend some money to make something good, so that people would not find it incredible. He wanted people to know that this was the best equipment, plus the smartest brains, and the best product produced after the combination. He was even more ruthless, and dared to do human experiments, even if there were controversies. Only by applying his developed things to the human body as quickly as possible could he get data, and be approved for marketing as quickly as possible. He also had some drafts in his mind on this aspect, and he might have to cooperate with a biopharmaceutical company in the future. As for the requirements for human trials, that was also very simple. Black brothers were all good candidates, and there were also natives in Indonesia. Zhou always looked down on those people, and it would be great if 1 or 2 of them died. Now he was doing some experiments in a laboratory at Stanford. With a solid theoretical foundation, he could learn very quickly. In addition, he had many creative suggestions and opinions, and finally got good results, which also made him very valued by those professors. Recently, the effects and practices of hybrid genetic plants he wrote with a little selfishness has been recognized by professors. He is a very talented student in gene transplantation and cultivation. The professors took the insect repellent cultivated by Zhou, not one but several. Originally, everyone can cultivate this kind of mutant plant, but it is the most difficult to cultivate stable genes and ensure that their next generation will not have genetic collapse. It is not that hybridization is good. Hybridization also means that it is not suitable for survival. The strength of Zhou lies in that the plants he cultivated are all products of stable genes. The professors who saw it exclaimed that he was a genius, a natural biologist, and his intuition about cell capture and genes is really amazing. With such a talent, he can definitely go further than others on this road. Many professors also believe that, as long as he works hard, he may become a Nobel Prize winner. But does Zhou persist? He himself is not confident when he says these two words. Now he still persists in morning exercises, but once he meets a woman and fights with her at night, he really doesn't contact her. Persistence is a good quality, but Zhou felt that these two words were a little far from him. Science was just to cover up his deepest secrets, and it seemed that there were really few things that could be used except for this purpose. Zhou showed the professors a bracelet made of several plants interwoven together, which could produce special effects after being woven together. The professors also conducted a series of verifications, but different proportions and configurations did not produce that effect. Only by weaving according to the proportion allocated by Zhou, using several of the dozen kinds of grasses together, can that effect be produced. Several people really envied Zhou's good luck, but science sometimes requires a little luck, just like the 1% of success, which is crucial. His paper is now ready to be published in professional scientific and biological magazines. He is also a little famous in the industry and has initially achieved some of the effects he expected at the beginning. The next step is to develop the economic value of this woven product. Many of the kinds of grass are not cultivated by others, so Zhou doesn't care if others know which kinds of grass are woven together. They know that they can't grow his grass as long as one of them is wrong. He then wait for insects to come. This day after walking out of the College of Biology, Zhou went to the business school. He planned to find the members of the Brotherhood of the Shriners. He thought he could give these guys some benefits. That is to develop the economic value of insect repellent grass, which will be used as a practical case for them to try. However, he had to find the dean of the business school first and discuss it with him to see what he meant. If he disagreed, he would prepare to form a special team to do this. After all, as long as a good product has good publicity, he would not worry that no one would buy it. According to the previous plan, he would cooperate with some luxury companies to develop and independently register a brand to develop some special products. It can be woven by the goblins, or it can be woven into the shape of the goblins. As for the copyright issue, it is better to pay the rent first. The goblins eat their own food and drink their own. How can they calculate the copyright fees so clearly? It's all from left hand to right hand, so it's better for the owner to keep the money. The goblin's ability in this regard is indeed commendable. He wants to make several kinds of money from this, one of which is the money for raw materials. Second, the products of cooperation will be divided into profits. If they don't share, they won't be given goods. So the more products they develop, the more they sell, and the more Zhou earns. As for cooperation with business schools, it is mainly because they think that the people who come here to study are mostly second generation or third or fourth generation people from the United States or other countries. Even if they are not, they are elites. There is no difference in IQ for those who can be admitted to Stanford. Zhou believes that many people will see the potential of this product. Even if it is cooperation with international luxury goods, domestic luxury goods can also cooperate. There are not only a few luxury goods companies in the world. Each country has some of its own luxury brands, and these brands still have a lot of market share in their countries. As for independent development, that thing can only be thought about. The market acceptance of a new brand and a new material can be said to be very different. Most women will not spend the same price as a Cartier bracelet to buy this thing just because it can repel insects or refresh the mind. Luxury goods are luxury goods. An ordinary bag costs 100 yuan, while a luxury bag costs tens of thousands of yuan. In terms of nature, they can all be used. But one question that cannot be ignored is, since they can all be used, why do we still need to buy luxury goods? The reason is very simple, that is vanity, which is of course only one of the reasons, but it does account for a large proportion of the reasons for buying them. As for other reasons, there are many, and the better ones are that there is brand culture and spiritual tolerance in it. Others all say so, but Zhou Jixi didn't see it anyway. He found out one thing, that if he wanted to sell his insect repellent and refreshing grass, he had to cooperate with others. If he really did it himself, it would be no less than writing a 1,000,000-word commercial novel, and if it was mixed with a little love, hatred, and vengeance, he could write millions. In short, Zhou Jixi has come to terms with it. Independent development is just to create characteristics and personality, and cooperation with those brands is the key. Zhou Jixi entered the waiting area of the dean's office, and the secretary Miss Liz brought him a cup of coffee. "Thank you." The woman smiled and said to him, "Your appointment will take another 10 minutes. Mr. John is meeting with guests, but he will be finished in about 6 minutes. It's okay, I'll wait a moment." Zhou Jixi smiled gently, took a sip of coffee, and praised, "Very good coffee. From Jamaica?" "Yes, Mr. John has a small coffee plantation over there." Miss Liz, who is now in her 40s, is a little fat, but has a good temperament. Zhou Jixi doesn't think fat women are annoying. The taste is very mellow. It should be planted in the Blue Mountains, but it is well taken care of. It can be seen that the roasting is very careful. Zhou Jixi said while drinking coffee, "I'm very honored that you like it." A voice sounded behind Zhou Jixi, and he turned around and saw the dean of the business school, who is also the vice president and director of the school, Deputy John. "Hello, Mr. John." Zhou Jixi put down the coffee and stood up. "Hello, young man." John stretched out his hand and shook his hand. Zhou Jixi is also very famous among the top leaders of the school, especially after he did have a talent for biology and showed enough hard work. The top leaders of the school not only overturned their first impression of him. I'm also very happy to have such a famous alumnus in the future. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 650, The deal is done. Zhou Jixi was invited by John to the office. The two talked about coffee on the way. He knew a little about coffee because he had planted coffee in the space. With the help of the goblins, he seemed to be a senior amateur coffee expert. Then he tasted a cup of Jamaican Blue Mountain coffee, which is very suitable for tasting alone. Zhou Jixi drank the sour, bitter and mellow taste, just like tasting a kind of life. He likes coffee, and he thinks tea is not suitable for his age. I also want a manor in the origin of Blue Mountain coffee recently. It must feel good to plant some of my own coffee there. Zhou Jixi looked at John and said, "I hope you don't plant the modified Blue Mountain coffee trees." John said jokingly. Zhou Jixi looked at him in surprise and said, "How do you know I want to plant improved or experimental coffee trees?" John didn't expect that he would hit the mark. "I have this plan. I modified a few of them just to try and see if I can grow a taste closer to the 6,000 hectares of authentic Blue Mountain coffee on the top of the mountain. I have studied the coffee trees on the top of the mountain and analyzed the soil composition. Now I have to collect the effects of weather and climate." Zhou Jixi talked about this without stopping. "After all, who can't brag? As long as I try, I believe I can make delicious coffee. Oh, by the way, I will mail you some of the coffee beans I planted next time. You can try the taste. Many people like it now." John listened carefully to Zhou Jixi's words. In addition to being a rich man, he is also a good biologist. He has seen many scientists. When they talk about their research results, they are all enthusiastic. Years of experience tell him that you'd better not interrupt them at this time, otherwise the consequences will not be so good. "Thank you." I think I'm already looking forward to drinking your coffee. That sounds really great. John praised. They talked a lot of nonsense, and John was not impatient, but it was time to get down to business. Jess, what project do you want to talk to me about? Oh, right. Look at my brain. I was so happy just now that I forgot about it. Zhou embarrassedly patted himself and said, "This is my idea, take a look first." He took out a document and gave it to John. "My main purpose is to cooperate with the business school. As a young person, I like the unique vitality and passion of young people, and our business school has cultivated elites. I think we can try to cooperate with them on a practical project." Zhou continued. "This is a special insect repellent material I have researched. It has no chemical ingredients and pure natural plants interwoven together to have the effect of repelling insects." John looked at the document and listened to some of Zhou's introduction. After a while, he closed the document. He was still very interested in Zhou's proposal. "So what do you want to do?" "That depends on what plan you can come up with," Zhou said, changing his legs. "I just suddenly had an idea, but it seems like a flash of inspiration. I think we have a basis for cooperation. This is a new product and will face a new market. Those top students in the business school, I think they will give me a good proposal. I remember you also have your own team. Why do you still need it?" He shrugged his shoulders and looked like you know what I mean. "I think they will give me a different idea. By the way, I have a promotion method I thought of here. You can also take a look and give me some suggestions. But don't show it to those top students, lest they have a preconceived idea." "This is obviously not a good idea." John nodded. Zhou continued, "I will set up an agency company specifically for it, and it can obtain the agency rights I give. And they are equivalent to the company's employees, or some people will become my agents in the future." "Jess, you are such a smart guy." After thinking for a while, John understood Zhou's meaning a little bit. First of all, this model can actually be used as a good hype topic. As long as the company achieves some success, it will contact the media, or the media will come to them automatically, and there will be a topic to stir up. Another group of college students starting a business. Will this be the new Mark Zuckerberg? No one can say for sure, especially for this kind of somewhat monopolistic product. Secondly, from what he just said, John already knew that Zhou might have set his sights on the resources behind the students. "I believe that people with a little vision will see the benefits from it, and this is the most attractive thing." According to Zhou's eyes and pattern, it seems that he wants to quickly spread the goods and start a global craze. Although some of the ideas in it are quite naive, John still gave a little affirmation to this. The two chatted for a long time, and John was very interested in what Zhou said. This would be a good practical activity. It can allow students to quickly obtain a qualification to operate a unique product in the world, and they can also gain more experience in it. Zhou still adopts the model of property separation. The farm obtains the planting authorization and the company obtains the sales rights, but the ownership of the product is still in his hands. Although the company is also his, there may be joint financing in the future, which are all things to consider. Capitalist society is corrupting and annexing such companies, and they are so good at it. Zhou also listened to Harvey and Irena's advice, not only maximizing the benefits, but also ensuring his own interests. Just like he is now funding scientific research, the ownership of the product belongs to him. After leaving John's office, Zhou chatted with a few people from the fraternity and told them about the matter. Fang Zheng and the others would know about it sooner or later. Several people really thought the same as Zhou and were very interested in his products. He gave them a few samples and asked them to go back and try them first. With an accurate understanding, they can better plan the product. The original idea that, if you have a good product, the whole world will seem to beg you to buy it, but it is really just a thought. No matter how good the product is, it must be promoted and advertised. With publicity and promotion, even the pitfalls of brain damage gold can be sold at a price, let alone Zhou's real product. It's not necessarily true. Yes, it's not necessarily true. There are many scientific research products, but how many of them can become good commodities? So think about it, and you will understand. Life is not like a novel. If you think something is good, others will think it is good too. They will beg you to buy it, and you can set a price. How can such a good thing happen? Take Jay Chou's fast food restaurant Baozi Wang for example. The sales are very good. The sales volume and store expansion are also very fast. But this is all due to the huge advertising expenses. Many celebrities mention Baozi Wang when they post on Twitter and Facebook. Do you really think that they like it and post it? The publicity department of his company has spent a lot of money to hire a public relations company to deal with many celebrities and let them do some simple personal advertisements. There are also some online advertisements and print advertisements. Publicity, hard publicity. There is also a promotional advertisement for it on Facebook Tomcat. Facebook gave it a good position, but the price was not discounted. In other words, Tomcat gave a discount. Even Sky Games Company has recently developed some small games for Baozi Wang, simple kitchen games, or cultivation and farming games. The most important thing is to make a series of them to make people remember his Baozi Wang. Zhou Jixi believes that with their good taste, as long as they enter the store to consume, they will recognize his Baozi Wang. Compared with McDonald's and Kentucky Fried Chicken, his Baozi Wang tastes much better and is more nutritious than them. However, considering the habit, Zhou Jixi can only sigh helplessly. This road is indeed still a long way to go. In addition, Baozi Wang's main market is now the family market, and the market of young people is a bit difficult to grasp. The white collar market has a good effect, especially in the lunch market. Baozi Wang has done very well. The family market is, because after having a family, there will be more requirements for the quality of life. Baozi Wang's inorganic food may be more popular. Giving children healthy and safe food is the key to what parents do. The marketing promotion has to be done slowly, and the investment will only get bigger and bigger. Those top brands still have a large amount of advertising investment every year, and he is still far from that level. What is needed now is to expand stores, stabilize the market, and make good products. This is the most important thing. After all, no matter how good the words are, they are not as convincing as the actual products. Zhou Jixi was also satisfied with Baozi Wang's affairs. Those senior executives were indeed good. This year, they could consider raising their salaries. Zhou Jixi also felt that the school affairs were almost dealt with. The thesis was the most critical, but it had been resolved. Graduate students were only nominal. After playing American football this year, he would get the degree. The vacation was coming soon. After packing up, he was ready to go back to the farm. After staying in school for a long time, it was just that kind of feeling. It was obvious that dating too many girls would ruin your reputation. Zhou Jixi now had the intention of cherishing his hair. Even if he spent more, he had to maintain his reputation. However, joining the fraternity destined his reputation to not be that good. In the eyes of many people, the university fraternity was just a bunch of naughty kids making trouble. Zhou Jixi was quite unfortunate, because he really met someone who knew him. A woman wearing sunglasses seemed to be planning to take another girl to spend the 2-day vacation. However, her eyes caught Zhou Jixi at a glance, and she took off her glasses in disbelief to confirm that he was the one with the few people. "Mom, are you looking at that handsome guy? Be careful, my dad might get jealous," the girl said teasingly. "Go away, you are disrespectful." The woman patted her daughter on the head and gave her a lecture. "Just look at it, I won't really tell my dad." The girl pouted in disapproval. "You kid, you're still talking. Go buy that bag yourself. If you have money, don't ask me for it." Chapter 651, Met the girl's parents. When the girl heard this, she immediately gave in. "Mom, my dear mom, I was wrong. I was wrong. You didn't look at that handsome guy. You really didn't look at him. She didn't look like what she said. You kid, I don't know what you think about all day." The woman nodded the girl's head and said helplessly, "Mom, I'm not thinking anything." The girl said coquettishly, "That man is one of the most handsome guys in our school, and one of the most charming ones." The woman rolled her eyes and suddenly asked her daughter, "Do you know him?" The girl rolled her eyes at her mother. "How could I know him? Why is it impossible? He is a leader among Chinese students at Stanford, and he is also a member of the management of one of the most famous fraternities in the school. He is also an outstanding biologist, and many professors admire him very much." The most important thing is that he seems to be a wealthy man. We looked pretty good when we were in China, but no one will flatter you when you are abroad. The Chinese circle here looks like they all have yellow skin and black hair, but they don't interact with us that much. We international students only have some elites who have intersections with them, and people like us. The girl said helplessly, forget about people like us, they may not pay attention to you. Child, speak nicely. Girls, don't swear. What did I teach you? The woman patted her daughter and said, okay, isn't it enough that I pay attention? Really? The girl said helplessly, and then started talking about Jay Chow again, and he is not so easy to approach. You didn't see that when he appeared, there was always a group of people around him. Most of the time, they were people from fraternities. With these people's wealth and influence in the local area, how can we small shrimps get in? The most hateful thing is that, even if there is a party, only those sorority members with connections are invited. Other girls may not be able to go. The girl said with a little disappointment, we seem to be in the same school, but in fact, we are very far apart. What's the freedom in the United States? These people like to get together by themselves, and it's terribly difficult for outsiders to join. Regional discrimination, racial discrimination, even that holy place that claims to welcome people of all races has a lot of hidden clauses. Those close-knit fraternities and sororities are the most exclusive and the hardest to join. Then there are some sororities for certain projects, which are easier to join. We international students also have mutual aid associations, but once this circle is defined, it's more difficult to step into another circle. Only one person in my grade has joined their fraternity, and even fewer have joined other fraternities, and most of the others are still in the probation period. Look at the man next to him, a kid in our grade, Tom Tanaka. He was in the same year as Zhou, and it seems he just happened to hook up with him, and now he's also in a fraternity, and many people are envious of him. It's just a fraternity, what's there to be envious of? The woman said curiously. Mom, this is a fraternity with decades of history. The hidden influence of fraternities in the United States is not that simple, especially in California, a large immigrant area. Many influential local figures and elites among people of color in other countries were also in this fraternity when they were young. Dad is in a fraternity, and his letter of introduction can also join the fraternity or sorority after passing the inspection. Look at the Chinese over there, their previous generation is either direct or collateral. Hey, anyway, the relationship inside is very complicated. It seems that Americans also like to stand in groups, and they form gangs at a young age. The woman said with emotion. So, sometimes I feel that it is really difficult to integrate into this society. Although there are many people who do not join fraternities and sororities, they can also make friends and build connections, but it is not so convenient. The girl was still sighing as she spoke. In the past year, she seemed to have a lot of fun in the United States, and there were many parties, but she had never mixed into mainstream parties or gatherings with hidden upper-class students. To put it bluntly, everyone is not from the same circle. They look like they are in the same world, but in fact they are two parallel lines. There are special seats for people to eat, and you can't sit there, even if they are empty. Those are seats with history, passed down by generations of seniors and fraternity members. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and where there are rivers and lakes, there are many unspoken rules. By the way, Mom, why are you asking this person? The girl suddenly came back to her senses and asked. What do you mean I'm asking? I just said a few words, and you told me a lot of things. The woman said dissatisfiedly, and she laughed at her daughter's frustrated expression, and then said, you said his name is Zhou, right? Well, Jess Zhou. I heard that his Mandarin name is Jess, and the English homonym can also be used. The Hebrew meaning is God is there, or God's grace, which is also applicable. Oh, that's right. The woman nodded thoughtfully to confirm. Mom, what are you mumbling to yourself again? The girl said impatiently. He is probably your cousin's blind date. Zhou, a Chinese American, is a rich, young and handsome man. The woman paused and said, I was wondering why he looked familiar just now. Your aunt showed me his photo, and I was quite impressed. Now it's confirmed. What? The girl looked at her mother in shock. He is Zhu Ye's boyfriend. Are you kidding? Sister Ye is much older than him. Not to mention the age difference. He is so handsome and lives in the United States. How could he be related to Sister Ye? His father is in China. He is a comrade in arms of your uncle and a former soldier of the old man of the Zhou family. The old man even saved her life. I was very optimistic about him, but unfortunately Zhou father was not ambitious enough and retired and went home. We got in touch again some time ago. The millions of ginseng of Grandpa Zhou were all taken by him. During the Chinese New Year, your eldest uncle and his wife went to visit and saw him. After discussing with his father, they arranged for the two to go on a blind date. Ah, this is all possible. The girl was surprised, but she still had a strange feeling in her heart. How come Zhou Ye got such a good thing? I'm also his niece. Who said it's not possible? The two families know each other well. Your aunt is not like your uncle who has many restrictions as an officer. It doesn't matter if her daughter marries abroad. Sister Ye is catching up with the trend. You can have a sister-brother relationship on a blind date. What are you talking about? A woman who is 3 years older than her husband can bring gold bricks. You girl, you really make people worry. The woman pointed at her and said, by the way, Nanan, do you want to go over and say hello and get to know each other? The woman asked. Get to know each other? Right now? The girl thought about it. Isn't it good? People may not even know us. The woman thought it was right. She didn't even know what was going on with her niece on a blind date. It was indeed a bit inappropriate and impolite to meet the girl's parents. Yeah, that's right. She nodded. Nanan never thought that her mother would be so beautiful. What's below? No. Oh my god. Zhou planned to go back to the farm. Before leaving, he gathered with a group of people. As he walked along the road, he was a little bit like a whizzing by. There were many eyes looking at him. He was used to it. Wherever a powerful person went, he would be the object of others' envy, jealousy, and hatred. This was also true in the United States. He didn't take these eyes too seriously. If he really cared about everything, he would be exhausted. Even if it was a little sweet, he was still exhausted. However, the eyes of the two women in the distance were a bit strange. They pointed at him and talked to him. What was this? Fans? Admirers? Come on, that aunt looked like she was about 40. Well, I guess she was, but she was well maintained. Jess, I really envy you for having so many fans. You know, this is at Stanford. Bobby said beside him. No way. Zhou shrugged his shoulders. Brother is so likable and admirable. Haha. Everyone also knew that he was joking, so they all laughed. If you like it, you should take a break and show your delicious cooking to the girls. Maybe it will become another weapon for you to pick up girls. Zhou said. As several people were talking, the two mother and daughter over there had reached an agreement. The daughter finally couldn't hold it back and revealed her bottom line. She wanted to get to know the school's celebrity. This will not only bring many good memories, but also gain the envy of many classmates. It is indeed not a bad idea. Zhou saw two people walking towards him, and the people in front also stopped, wondering what they were doing. Zhou? Yeah. He nodded. It's me. Who are you? Zhou asked politely. I'm Zhou Ye's aunt. I didn't expect to meet you here. It's really a coincidence. The woman said familiarly. Zhou Ye's aunt? Zhou looked at her. There were some characteristics. She did look a bit like a relative. Hello. I didn't expect to meet acquaintances from China here. It's really a pleasure. Haha. Since they are acquaintances, Zhou must entertain them. After all, at least the two families are old friends. He can't make trouble for his family. His father and her may know each other. He turned around to say hello to his friends and went out to play in the afternoon. The two people in front of him have to be entertained. Wells and others also nodded in understanding. It was just an ordinary party. Auntie, let's go to the cafe over there. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. It's fate. Zhou said enthusiastically, but with a little alienation. Chapter 652. Someone's intercepting? Zhou entertained two people in the coffee shop. He was gentle and humorous, but he couldn't say that he liked these two people who came here so eagerly. He acted like a host and entertained them well. In the evening, he invited the two to a very good Western restaurant for dinner. On the way, the girl named Nanan took a lot of photos, both group photos and solo photos. He was depressed. Could it be that this girl was crazy about flowers? Brother Jixi, your skin is so good even without makeup. How do you maintain it? The girl looked at Zhou Jixi with admiration and asked him coquettishly. Pay attention to your daily diet, eat more inorganic green food, keep exercising and pay attention to maintenance. You can do it. Zhou Jixi looked at her and said, use less cosmetics, they will more or less harm the skin. Try to use those plant extracts, without chemical ingredients. The girl listened to Zhou Jixi's words, but she felt that it seemed like a waste of money. Although she was asked to use less cosmetics, it was not about saving money. The essence extracted from plants was also very expensive, not cheap compared to cosmetics. Besides, the price of inorganic vegetables in the United States was several times that of green vegetables. If she ate them every day, her pocket money might not be enough. In the past, men asked her to buy less cosmetics, which was based on the idea of saving money, but Zhou Jixi's words made her spend more. As expected, he is a rich man, and his ideas are different from those of a bitch. Nan thought to herself. At night, Zhou Jixi said goodbye to the two mother and daughter, and bought a plane ticket to fly back to the farm. The two people who were still in San Francisco were not so calm. Nan happily turned on the computer to upload photos of her and Zhou Jixi. She had a strong intention to show off, and there was an unspeakable thought in her heart. She hoped that her cousin Zhu Ye could see it. Her mother was outside with Zhu Ye's mother on the phone. After chatting for a few words, the woman couldn't help but talk about what happened today. Sister, guess who I met today? Who? Ye's blind date, Jay Chou. The woman said, what? Him? How did you meet him? Zhu's mother said in surprise. Isn't Nanan studying at Stanford? I came to see her today, and I didn't expect that it was really the person in the photo you showed me. I asked Nanan, and he was Jay Chou. I looked at him and found that it was really this person. Don't you think it's a coincidence or not? After hearing what she said, Zhu's mother thought about it in her heart. Her sister is not a pushover either. Who knows what she is up to now? Did he treat you to dinner? Zhu's mother asked calmly. Yes. This kid is really polite. We just wanted to go over and say hello, but he insisted on asking us to have a cup of coffee. He drank it, and then he insisted on taking us to dinner. You say this kid is very sensible, the woman said with a smile. Oh, I also heard from my eldest brother and his wife that this kid respects elders and knows etiquette. They have seen this before. Besides, they can introduce him to Ye, so he must be good. Mother Zhu said, but she became alert in her heart. The two of them also chatted with some other meanings. The more Mother Zhu talked, the more she felt that there was something wrong. I just said that it was introduced to Ye, and you are still here talking to me about him, and Nanan having dinner and taking pictures. What do you mean? Besides, they only talked to you about entertaining you, because they saw that you were Ye's relative. What does this mean? Do you want to take advantage of my daughter's proximity to Stanford and get the upper hand? The more Zhu's mother thought about it, the more she felt that this was possible. She had known for a long time that her sister was unreliable and she might really do something to intercept. No, thinking about it, she became more and more worried, so she called her daughter. Zhu Ye was at work at the moment and had a meeting with several executives of the company. Several bosses and shareholders of the company also gathered together to talk about the company's next move. Recently, real estate is not doing well. National policies are changing, and bank loans are also tightening. It is also relying on relationships that a lot of money can be loaned out at this critical juncture. But she didn't dare to do too much. After all, the old man and the old woman in her family are still in the system. If she did too much, she would be caught by others. If the old men had no hope of promotion, it would be fine, and they would make a lot of money. But it was the age of fighting, and it would be bad if she did too much. If you sit in a position, you will have no shortage of ways to make money. If you lose your position, you will have nothing. Zhu Ye's 3 generations are also smart people. When everyone gets together, the money they make is enough to spend freely, so they dare not do anything too much. However, there are always some idiots who only think they have a few brushes, but in the end, those brushes are only used to clean toilets, which is a bummer. Yeah, you should go to Uncle Cheng's place someday. We are not eating those plots of land alone. Just one piece is enough. I believe he will sell it to us for this face. Huang Yuanzheng, the big boss of the company, said. Zhu Ye nodded and said, okay, I'll go there tomorrow. As shareholders of the company, they also need to show up for some things. That's what everyone meant when they got together. Anyway, the other second and third generations are the same. The eldest brothers and sisters in the family are either in the system or in state-owned enterprises. The youngest like to start their own companies the most. No one cares and there are people to protect them. The company can take on some work from their state-owned enterprises, which is enough to make a living for a long time. Huang Yuanzheng talked about the things that needed to be done by the shareholders one by one, and then started to talk about business matters. He still knew how the company started and what was the most important thing. After the meeting, everyone relaxed. Huang Yuanzheng asked the secretary to bring in some food, coffee, drinks, juice, etc. The secretaries already knew the hobbies of the shareholders. Huang Yuanzheng was also a relative of Zhu Ye, and he was usually her elder brother. In addition, he was the leader of this group, so it was necessary for him to care about her. Yeah, where is the rich man in your family? Why don't you go out on a date? Another shareholder sitting opposite her said, yes, yeah, is your thing going to work out? Yeah, sister tells you, there are not many good men these days, so don't be picky. Your old Zhu is really awesome now. Colonel Zhu usually doesn't speak, but he came to introduce me so fiercely. It's amazing, said another shareholder. Come on, Zhou, you kicked your man, and you're still in a relationship with Ye? Do you want to get beaten? What's wrong with me kicking my man? I didn't kick you. He cheated, so he cheated. There's no cat that doesn't eat fish. But he's a cow, and he made a big fuss about it. If his mother doesn't have the skills, she shouldn't cheat. Zhou said angrily. Huang Yuanzheng waved his hand and said, come on, don't provoke Zhou like this. He's already left with nothing, so don't talk about him. It seems that he has been punished by the woman who was exposed recently. I'll show you his photos later, which will probably make you less angry. You deserve it. The woman sneered and said, forget it, let's not talk about me, let's talk about Ye, your brother. Huang just asked, tell me. Seeing that the spearhead was directed at her, Zhu Ye knew that she couldn't escape. What can we do? We have only met a few times, and everyone's impression of each other is okay. But it seems that they don't seem to have any plans to get married. Huang Yuanzheng thought for a while and said, that's right. Even if I have more money than I can spend in my 10 lifetimes, I don't want to get married just like that. Apart from anything else, there is one more person around me, and I have to share my property with him. Divorce becomes a very painful thing. It's okay to be buried once after marriage, but divorce is like being pulled out and whipped again. The human body made him feel like there was a cold wind around him. Brother Yuan, be careful that we will tell on my sister-in-law. You didn't say that at the time. Haha. Go ahead. What am I afraid of? Getting married is entering the grave of marriage, and not getting married is called dying without a burial place. Divorce is dying without a complete corpse. Which of these answers do you think I will choose? As I'm so smart. You are cruel. Zhu Ye watched her group chatting and exchanging feelings after the routine meeting, and she also felt it was interesting. Every time, it seemed like they were back to their childhood, and everyone said whatever they wanted to say. Unlike now, more and more people are wearing masks. If I want to find a few people to talk to, there are not many options. I took out my mobile phone and took a look. Just now when I was in a meeting, her mother called a lot. I don't know what's the matter. Well, I have to go back and ask. Before she started to speak, her mother said first, yeah, you finally answered. I just remembered that you were in a meeting. I didn't call later. It's really annoying. Look how anxious my daughter is. You called even though you knew it. I'm really dizzy. Zhu Ye said in a low voice. By the way, what do you want to talk to me about? Zhu's mother seemed to have asked. Oh, it's like this. Your aunt met Zhou Jixi when she was picking up your cousin in the United States. She also had a meal with him. She called me today. The meaning of this sentence makes me feel that she wants it too. Aunt? How old is she? How old is Zhou Jixi? How is it possible? Zhu said ridiculously. What are you thinking about, little girl? I'm talking about your cousin. I don't know what you are thinking about, Zhu's mother said. Zhu smiled shyly on the phone, but her idea was really unique. I just thought wrongly. My brain didn't react immediately. Maybe it's because I'm not very active. My brain is lacking oxygen, so my reaction is a bit slow. Chapter 553, Children in the Compound. Zhu just laughed a few times absurdly, but when she came to her senses, something was wrong. Her smile suddenly turned cold. Mom, are you talking about Nan? The people in the conference room also automatically lowered their voices because of her call. Several people looked at each other, and everyone had a meaningful look. Yeah. After listening to what your aunt said, I think it seems to be meaningful. Mother Zhu paused and said, how are you and Zhao recently? If there is a little interest, you should pay attention to it. It's okay if someone else snatches it away. Don't let him become your brother-in-law. That would be embarrassing. Okay, Mom, I know about this matter. I will handle it myself. Don't worry. Zhu said some words to comfort her mother, and then hung up the phone. What's your aunt up to? Huang Yuanzheng looked at Zhu and asked. His daughter seems to be Nan. No, I just ran into Zhao at Stanford, and then I called my mom, and talked to her. She called me in a hurry. I haven't even dated him yet, and there's nothing to do, but she's worried too quickly. Zhu said. You're just saying it lightly. Take a look at this. She took out her phone and said, this is Nan's penguin space. I just checked it, and there's really a group of photos updated. Now a graphic log has been published. Take a look. She's smiling like a flower. Zhu also took it over, and took a look. The background was a very stylish high-end Western restaurant. Zhao sat in his seat, and Nan seemed to move a chair to sit next to him, and took a few photos with her phone. Zhao smiled politely, without any impatience, but the smiles in the photos were similar, very polite, but a little distant. Zhu was flipping through the photos with these people, and one or two of them began to laugh softly. Zhu looked at more and laughed too. Although Zhao didn't say anything, he always had the same expression when taking pictures, which was smiling. It was really too bad. This thought came to everyone's mind. Haha. I guess this kid has been impatient for a long time. If he wasn't well educated, he would have slammed the table and left according to the annoying look of your Nan. Needless to say, look at him. He is smiling like a robot. Zhou also said. Yeah, I think you can rest assured. Reassurance? Why should I rest assured? We have nothing to do with each other. I won't be that bad. Zhu said. Besides, I don't want to go to the grave. Young and rich, if you don't have a few years of fun, you will regret it after getting married. That's true. Men have experienced all the prosperity of the world before getting married, and only after marriage can they enjoy the sweetness and warmth of marriage, and start to enjoy the fun of being a parent after a few years. Before getting married, you have played all the games you should have played, and you have done all the things you should have done. Only then will you really understand what you want, know why you get married, and have a strong resistance to women. Of course, the secrecy of doing things is also very strong, but the chances of cheating and being discovered are much lower. On the contrary, people who are usually honest and don't have many women are more likely to cheat after marriage. A female shareholder also analyzed the perverse logic and said, thinking that I didn't enjoy my life well before getting married, plus some trivial matters at home. If I suddenly meet a woman who talks about love and romance outside, this cheating is almost certain. Zhou said with emotion. Huang Yuanzheng and one or two other men nodded in agreement. I was blind at first and didn't understand this. The playboy from the Zheng family became a model husband after marriage. The model boyfriend in our family, haha, cheated after marriage. It's fucked up, she said as she looked at Huang Yuanzheng and others. These men were playboys before, but they did well after marriage. Although there were some affairs outside, they were never brought home, and their wives and children were not affected. Now I understand what a good man is. A man who can deceive his wife for a lifetime is a good man. Zhou said again. Okay, I'll help you find one tomorrow. Don't sigh here. It's not worth it for that man. Let's just live our own lives. Huang Yuan's Heng said comfortingly. Yeah, what are you going to do about this? Zhu Ye pointed at herself. I don't know about my business yet. Let's keep in touch first. We are all still young, and we still have a few years to waste. When I really want to get married, and he is tired of playing around, and if we all think it's appropriate, maybe we can really be together. She said jokingly. You men are not that easy to wait for. Xiaoxiao said, if you wait for a man, you will suffer. Just keep in touch first. I didn't say I must marry him. Maybe I will meet a good man tomorrow, and I can get married again. Zhu Ye said with a smile, and glanced at the men in the conference room again. You guys are too familiar with each other, so I feel embarrassed to kill you. Don't worry, we still have a good life. Sister, don't harm us. The men took a step back together. Yes, we are all so familiar with each other. You just have to waste a few more years. Wait for the brothers. Whoever wants to settle down, we will promise it to you, okay? Although Zhu Ye looks good, no one really means that. It is no joke for the kids in the compound to fall in love. There are too many things to consider. Most of the time, the parents will arrange a partner for the man or woman and let them go and see. If they feel it is suitable, they will date. If not, they will switch. They are all smart people and they are not people who don't know how to adapt. If they plan to arrange a marriage or something, they will also pick a few backups, because there are so many Chinese people. There is no need to choose anyone. They are already in this status. If the previous marriage is not happy, it is not called marriage but enmity. If there is a fight at home, the parent's family will definitely be involved, and outsiders will laugh at it. How can they be comrades in arms or allies? You have to know that most of the people of this generation are only children, especially those in the system. Having more children will lead to layoffs. The higher you are, the more you can't let people catch you on such a small matter. There is only one child in the family, which is already very precious. Taking him or her for the kind of arranged marriage in TV dramas will ruin the rest of your life. You are kidding. The restraint of the big families in China is not strong to begin with. In the past, the four olds and feudalism were destroyed. This is one of the feudal things that needed to be destroyed. It is not like the Western Foundation that controls the resources of the children and the family. What does the family need? But they are not so ruthless. The Red Guard smashed and burned. Sons beat their fathers and grandsons criticized their grandfathers. They smashed the family ancestral hall and burned the feudal tablets. The clan leaders and elders were furious. 3 generations ago, these people in China were all born in the mud. There is no such thing as a family in China. There is no such thing as a gang in China. Some are only related to the clan surname. It is a matter of interest. People who have already mixed up in high positions will not affect themselves, so they don't care about the shitty family. This kind of feudal thing should have been eliminated long ago. What a joke. Those who are married are also selected from the suitable ones. They have some emotional foundation. Those who are married also know why. Marriage must be harmonious. If you want to live happily, then live a good life. The giants in the TV series are crying, but it is definitely an example. Inside, who did not know who? Zhu Ya's cousin Zhu Yang still said that he would like to find her sister. I didn't say it. The old man in the family still apologized. The incident was very powerful at the time. The Zhou family is not the kind of people who would stand by and watch their women being bullied. If they really don't stand up, the Zhou family will probably lose all their face. This group of people are not the kind of people who want to go to the grave now. The brothers who went in first are now doing things secretly. They are not as good as them. They can't bring them to the family yard, but at least they can be open and above board in front of their own people. In addition, Zhu Ye's personality does not seem to be the kind of woman who can endure and tolerate. It is a bit difficult to want to have a good life at home, and colorful flags flying outside. If something goes wrong, there will be no good life. Zhu Ye rolled her eyes at the people sitting there. But, you have no vision. If you don't find such a beautiful lady like me, you will just wait to marry a dinosaur home in the future. Humph. As she said that, she picked up the documents and was about to go out, but after walking 2 steps, she turned around and got some food and then went out again. The nervous hearts of the male compatriots finally breathed a sigh of relief. The women smiled and rolled their eyes at them, and then packed up and did what they had to do. You guys, didn't someone say that Yaya was very nice and liked her? Why are you silent now? We know each other too well. The man explained. We don't take advantage of people we know well. Yeah, we only have a few tricks. She even knows the location of our party now. What can we do? We should be honest. The last time I went to her house, her mother caught me and asked me questions for a long time. She almost called my parents. It's too scary. I still have to make a living in the future. There are so many beauties. Safety first. Safety first. You are godless. The women rolled their eyes at them. Zhou looked at Yaya, who was walking out with complicated eyes. She was in a free love relationship. She insisted on marrying that man, but this happened. She was so embarrassed. Although her family stood up for her, they still haven't forgiven her. Hey, I still don't think as clearly as she does. Zhou sighed, shook her head, and packed up to leave. Zhou, Huang Yuan's Heng suddenly called her. Do you remember the guy your family asked you to go on a blind date with? If you have a phone number, contact him. Don't always be single. Give yourself some chances. If you've lost face, pick it up yourself. Don't make things so bad that you have to step on others. After saying that, he handed her a note and walked out. Chapter 654. When Zhao returned to the farm, he was warmly welcomed by the little animals at home. Seeing that the little guys had grown up one by one, he felt that time was indeed the best growth agent. Wan Ke, Wan Xiao, Wan Fu, hurry up and catch up. He rode a four-wheeled motorcycle and shouted at the three dogs following behind. Say Yap, who was sitting on the back of the motorcycle, also looked at the three dogs with a smirk on his face, holding the railing tightly with his feet and waving his hands at them, signaling the three dogs to run faster. Woof, woof. Wan Ke shouted unhappily and burst into speed to catch up with them. He and the two brothers behind him also opened up two body positions. The two dogs hadn't figured it out yet, but they were overtaken by it. Of course, they were not convinced. They also quickened their pace and tried to overtake. It's a pity that Wan Ke has liked running and moving since he was a child. Maybe he was just active before, but now you can see his skills. Compared with the other two guys, he is faster and can run better. He witnessed this scene from the rearview mirror. Oh, Wan Ke, good job, run faster. Zhao shouted to them with a smile. This situation reminded him of the past, when he also drove a four-wheeled motorcycle and took them to lose weight and fly interesting things. It wasn't long before these little guys became big guys. On the road Zhao passed, basically all the smart animals knew to run away. Not to mention that Zhao in the car gave them the feeling of a monster. The three following behind could also bite them to death. Each of them was so strong. Unfortunately, some of them were still a step late. Wan Ke is surrounded on the right, Wan Xiao is on the left, and Wan Fu is in the middle. Darlings, jump up and run. Faster, faster. Zhao shouted loudly. Although he scared away the wild animals, those animals who thought that, as long as they ran faster than their peers, they ran away, it would definitely be too late for them. What they are waiting for in the future is to be on the table. After playing happily with his friends for an afternoon, he returned to the villa covered in sweat. He took a shower, had dinner with the old lady, and was tested again in the evening, before he could go back to rest. Zhao didn't remember the old lady having this matter before, but thinking that Niu and Xianshan were not at home recently, there was nothing to do in the evening. In the past, he would do something with them at this time. Well, now that they are not here, Zhao will do something. He returned to the room, turned on the computer, and looked at the internet. After a while, he felt bored again, and went downstairs to the laboratory, which was not far from the previous greenhouse. He went to the greenhouse first. It was a glass structure, and there was a faint purple light inside at night, which was still clearly visible outside. There was also a white light wandering not far from the glass greenhouse. Zhao was hit by the beam not long after he walked. After he stretched out his hand and made a few secret gestures, the beam moved away again. It's the boss, said the person on duty on the patrol tower. The person on the floor below him was watching the high definition playback on the computer. He looked at the thermal infrared sensor next to him and confirmed that there was indeed only one person. Then he gave him a safe code. The person above also replied with a code in case he was pretending to be someone else. Zhou's several security consultants really did a job comparable to that of a militarized base, especially the large circle around Zhou's residential area. This circle was loose on the outside and tight on the inside to ensure the safety of his home. Then there was this experimental area. Zhou just asked them to pay more attention, lest something unpleasant really happened, which would not be very beautiful. At that time, looking at the safety suggestions they gave, Zhou really admired these people. They had a strong sense of safety and were very good. After passing this card, there was actually another wave of secret sentries on the road. There would be different people doing this every day, and the hidden location would be different each time. Zhou thought it was quite hard at first, but then he thought about how he spent a lot of money every month, and he didn't want them to live comfortably. Anyway, he had hired people, and it was a waste of money to keep them, so it would be better for them to do something. Although some actions may be a bit exaggerated, it is better to be safe than sorry. Walking into the greenhouse, dozens of insect repellent plants on the side are already growing under the lights. Zhou walked over to take a look, and then walked in to take a look. The plants are growing very well, but under artificial technology, they grow a little worse than in the space. Fortunately, the impact is not very large. After this batch of planting, we will consider buying land to expand the planting area. After the cooperation plan is agreed upon in the future, the supply volume must keep up. In fact, the applicability of this kind of thing is not very wide now, and there are many defects in selling luxury goods. Woven products are still woven products after all. Zhou's next plan is whether it can be crushed and mixed according to the proportion. It can be mixed with more objects and can be used in wider areas. But there is no rush for this matter. In the next 1 or 2 years, let's get this craze going. You have to eat one bite at a time, and you have to walk one step at a time. After walking past the insect repellent grass, he arrived at the medicinal field he planted in the real space. He looked at these small plants and found that they were growing very well. He nodded. He walked out of the door on the other side and walked towards the house not far away. Over there was his newly built laboratory, and there were 2 floors of research rooms underground. The equipment had been prepared long ago, and he had pretended to do something in it before. Later, a lot of new equipment came, and he also felt that it was not too strange that more things came out. A boring research report once said that the golden age of a good scientist is between 20 and 30 years old. Most new discoveries, research, and inventions with great impact were discovered during this period. As a genius scientist, it doesn't seem too much. Haha. Zhou couldn't help but smile when he thought about it. Sometimes you really have to pretend. If you make achievements that are awesome, it's called confidence. He also prepared the basic laboratory equipment such as centrifuge, real-time fluorescence quantitative PCR instrument, laser scanning confocal microscope, flow cytometer, high-performance liquid phase detector, matrix-assisted laser desorption ionization time of flight mass spectrometer, plant performance tester, etc. He also had a lot of other equipment. He spent money to buy them from outside, second-hand goods. Zhou is not stupid. As long as they can be used, he doesn't care whether they are second-hand, refurbished or new. These are not important. Anyway, he believes that they are new. Besides, he will not get the actual experimental results in the laboratory. The space is his most important reliance. As for the so-called laboratory, he will also do some research on weekdays. For other plants obtained from the space, he will only do some experiments and research appropriately. After staying in the laboratory for a while, he left and went home. Coming back to see the laboratory, he felt a lot more at ease. In addition, the people who were recruited from outside have also been arranged. His secretary and assistant will help him arrange these. After returning home, Zhou did not plan to be busy. It was time to rest, but he didn't expect that he would receive an unexpected but normal phone call just after he lay down. Hello, beautiful Zhou. Yeah. Have you had breakfast at this time? No, I'm still thinking about what to eat. Do you have any good recommendations? Zhu said, while sitting on the bed with the phone in her hand. I don't know if she was a little tired from work yesterday, but she didn't sleep well anyway. Seeing that I got up late today, I don't want to go to the company. Now I'm lying down, not wanting to do anything, playing with the phone Zhou gave me, and suddenly I want to call him. Food? I have to think about it. Zhou thought for a while. It seems that there are a lot of food in the capital. You are an authentic person, but you don't know what to eat? Haha. It's just too authentic. I don't know what to eat. Zhu pouted and said. Then it doesn't matter. Eating buns is a good choice. Zhou said with a smile. Well, I can consider it. Zhu said, but this time it seemed a little awkward, or at a loss for words, and both of them suddenly stopped talking. Zhou didn't want to say more, fearing that something uncontrollable would happen. Zhu pouted, thinking about it, and asked, did you meet my aunt over there? Yes, it's fate. I didn't expect to meet like this in a foreign country. It's so fate. Zhou said exaggeratedly. Oh, by the way, there's your cousin, a very cute little girl. Oh, it's fate. Very cute. Zhu felt a little unhappy, as if she was holding back a breath, but couldn't let it out, so her tone of voice was a little weird. Zhou, this is just a polite compliment. Don't take it too seriously. To be honest, your cousin is really a chatterbox. I really didn't expect this girl to have such a property. There are so many things to do. Zhu was still unhappy, but she felt much more relieved at once. Haha. She has been like this since she was a child. I can see it. Zhou also replied. Okay, I won't talk to you for now. I'm so hungry. Let's order something to eat first. Zhu said. Oh, then go eat quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the other party said bye and hung up. Zhou glanced at the phone speechlessly. Is this woman in menopause? She just called and said a few words and then hung up. Does she think that buddies are just for your entertainment? What a strange woman. Zhou murmured. Zhu's mood improved. It seemed that it was just because of a sentence, or because of an attitude. In short, she was much better. Even when she looked at the pictures sent by Nan on the phone, she felt that they were good looking and a little proud of a woman. A girl who is still fantasizing about something, but doesn't know how some people feel, and what impression they have of you, is just annoying. What a poor child. Chapter 655. Zhou spent another leisurely day on the farm. When he had nothing to do, he would play with Cyan, or go to see the tortoises. I don't know if these big guys are growing much faster because of the space water. The most famous tortoise now seems to have grown a lot bigger. When Zhou came to see it, it looked up alertly and was immediately happy when it saw it was him. It spat out the leaves in its mouth, and it almost stuck out its tongue and turned into a dog. But it probably hangs around his house all the time and has learned a lot from 1K and the others. Hey, everyone, come here. Zhou shouted, and the tortoise crawled over on all fours, humming at him twice with that strange nasal sound. But its head looked at his hand happily, and its eyes were full of expectation. It just hoped that he could make something delicious. Zhou said angrily, and a bunch of leaves appeared in his hand. You greedy ghost, you want to eat when you see me. Besides eating, what else can you do? The guy who was as good as a pig hummed twice and just ate the food in his hand. This turtle son still had a conscience. He ate a large portion by himself and did not forget to turn around and hum a few words, calling a group of friends to enjoy together. The few elephant tortoises who were still waiting for the boss to speak suddenly ran up like happy dogs, holding their heads high and walking quickly. That speed is really not affordable. If you really run with the rabbit, you will definitely be the one who eats dust behind you. There is a small forest in the elephant tortoise's residence, which is also lush and green. There are knee-high grasses growing on the ground, and several huge mushrooms stand among them. The sprinkler equipment arranged above is also running well now. The grass under the mushrooms grows very well, with diluted space water and regular irrigation. Not only the tortoises and grass grow well, but also the insects that eat the grass are plump. There are many birds in the farm that are having fun, squatting here to occupy the territory. When Niu and Shan came here before, they saw many birds lying here injured because of fighting for territory. Maybe it was because of Zhaoji's failure in education. The two bear children had no idea of taking them home to be bad mothers and take care of them. According to Zhaoji's previous practice, the net bag would catch the fat ones and take them home, stew the bird meat, or make it into beggar bird at night, and the two children remembered the taste very clearly. However, Zhaoji sometimes thought about the life that Niu had when she was a child. If she could have birds to eat, it would definitely be a snack. Talking about sympathy with children is cruel to children. Speaking of Niu, she also has some defects in her personality. Maybe because of her life since childhood, she is a little sensitive to surmise and doesn't have much sympathy. There is less romance, but more practical things. Plus Zhaoji's education at home and the old lady's education. The child is not very sensitive to killing, and now he dares to kill a deer with a knife by himself. Zhaoji was a little distracted when looking at the tortoise. It has only been a short time, and he started to miss his daughter. I don't know if this child is making trouble with his parents at home. Thinking of this, he became a little worried. The sky looked a little dim, as if there was a layer of grey fog. Grandma, what are we going to do today? Niu was wearing a cute cartoon Angry Birds jumpsuit and put on the hat on the clothes. She asked her mother with a glass of milk. Today, shall we go to your Grandma Yang's house today? Mom said to her while picking up a piece of cake. Grandma Yang. Niu's mind suddenly emerged. The person who smiled very kindly, but was about the same size as the nanny in the United States. But this grandma has a lot of delicious food at home and always likes to give her food. Okay, but is Grandma Yang's little fat boy here? I want to play with him. He is so cute. Okay, little fat boy. He is still at your Grandma Yang's house, but he will be back to the capital soon. Since you want to play with him, let's have a good chat. We will also go to the United States in a while, and it will probably take some time before we can meet. Mom said to Niu. The little fat boy in the Yang family is fat, but he has a good personality. I like to share food with others, but because I'm fat, I have been teased by many children. Niu likes playing with this child. Children are unstable and their preferences are determined by their moods. When the fat boy saw Niu, he followed her behind, like a typical little brother. While Niu was eating, my mother cleaned up the house. Although I hired a nanny, as my son said, I still like to do it myself sometimes. Besides, the nanny didn't go home during the Chinese New Year, so she was given a holiday on the 15th. Now she is allowed to go home and rest for a few more days, which is a benefit given by their Zhou family. Zhou's father went out for a trip these 2 days, in the form of a comrade in arms gathering. So it was not convenient for my mother to follow him, and everyone went to reminisce about the glorious years of the past. If you bring your family, the atmosphere will be different. My second sister went to her in-laws house recently, and she hasn't come to my mother to nag for the time being. My eldest sister comes when she is free. After all, she is the closest. Mom was a little reluctant to leave these friends at home. They went to the United States and had to stay with them for at least 1 or 2 months. Life in China was good. Her son was rich now, so she didn't have to worry about food and drink. She lived the life she dreamed of before. Now she would go to meet friends when she was free, or play cards or something. Then she decided to travel with her dad. Maybe because of her mood, or because of the health supplements her son asked them to drink, her body became stronger and more energetic than before. She took her granddaughter to the garage downstairs, took out the BMW that her son had recently bought for her, and drove to Yang's house with her granddaughter. You said that having a car is indeed much more convenient. You don't have to worry about going anywhere. Mom muttered to herself while driving the car. Grandma, what did you say? Niu asked curiously. Mom reached out and touched her head. Grandma said that with a car it's very convenient for us to go anywhere. It used to cost more than 20 yuan to take a taxi, and it was tiring to take the bus. But now it's different. When I drive myself, I don't have to take a taxi or squeeze into the bus. Oh. Niu responded with a look of understanding. There was no trouble as he thought. Niu was very sensible at home. She was a child who knew the adult's well-being and did not like to cause trouble for others. She did everything she could do by herself. Sometimes she could even take care of others. She could also cook and make medicine. When the old man was sick before, it was thanks to this child. After Zhou finished playing with the tortoises, he ran to the swamp area of the farm. There was an iron net outside the swamp area to prevent unsuspecting people from breaking in, which would be a bit unsightly. Of course, others didn't care, but they were afraid that their own children would go in, which would be unlucky. So in addition to the iron net, he also installed sensors around it, which would sense when someone came. The people at the farm security center would receive the information and could quickly resolve the incident immediately. Without further ado, Zhou came here just to check out the 2 monitor lizards that he had recently released to see how they were doing. After keeping them in the space for a while, Zhou looked at their size. In this piece of California, in the area surrounding his farm, there were no animals that could threaten them. Unless they were extremely unlucky, there would be no accidents. After all, nature was always unpredictable. After Zhou walked outside the swamp and blew a whistle, he began to wait. Sure enough, not long after, he saw 2 giant lizards crawling out. Now they are as big as crocodiles. In addition, they were originally catalyzed in the space, and not everyone knows the power of time. The 2 giant lizards are now equivalent to people around 3 or 4 years old. With the space water and the food in the space, their IQ is smarter than that of ordinary animals. Usually, there are many wild animals in the farm and the fertile land of Zhou's family, so the grass grown is also top quality. This also attracts a lot of insects, and these insects are also eating and fat. This ushered in another layer of the food chain. That is, as mentioned earlier, birds also like to eat, so there are always a lot of fights and disputes over territory. The same is true for those animals. If you like to eat good things, you have to pay the price of your life. In a specific area, he put a lot of earth vitality in the land below to stimulate the growth of grass, and the part of the watering above is also diluted with vitality water. Therefore, animals that have eaten the grass here will like to come here to play. As for the 2 monitor lizards, they are lurking nearby. When there are animals coming, they will see if they are hungry. If they are hungry, they will pounce on them and fill their stomachs first. In this way, there is no need for Zhou to take care of them. He can just let them go here and find a natural hunting spot for them. Then they can live a satisfying life. These 2 have gained a lot of weight. It seems that the food here is really good. He looked at them and muttered a few words. Anyway, there is food. It's all wild. They can eat as much as they want. The 2 seemed to understand Zhou's words and looked quite aggrieved. It seemed that he didn't do anything at all. Why did he make them like that? Chapter 656 Security Company. Zhou saw the 2 monitor lizards who were still feeling aggrieved and laughed twice. Look at you 2, you're still aggrieved, after saying a few words. Okay. He removed the 2 chickens from the space and threw them to them without saying anything. The 2 footers, seeing the chickens flying over and still clucking in panic, stuck out their tongues and moved their heads forward and rolled them up, and the sharp teeth of the upper and lower jaws immediately bit together. The hen was just full of blood, and now it was bitten like a jet, and blood splashed all over their mouths. Okay, you 2 footers, eat first. I don't know if I will have an appetite tonight after seeing this blood. Really? Zhou said depressedly and didn't care about them anymore. He waved his hand and said goodbye and walked back. The 2 guys hummed twice and there was still food in their mouths, but they couldn't say anything. Patting their tails was considered a farewell to Zhou, and then they bumped their heads, indicating that they were going home to enjoy the food. The other one also agreed. Although eating this chicken is a little troublesome, that is, the hair is easy to yawn, but they have eaten a lot since they were young. The taste is really good, tender, and fragrant. Yes, it's delicious. In the evening, Zhou and the old lady finished their meal. There was still some bloody beef, and he ate it without any influence. This is beef from the farm. With blood in the cooking temperature, the taste is absolutely first class. Zhou used to think that Westerners eating bloody beef was a bit exaggerated, but in fact it is just a manifestation of the pursuit of taste and taste. Not many people like to eat it this way, but eating it occasionally is also a different atmosphere. Life is still a bit leisurely, but Zhou likes it very much. However, there are some things that should be done. The farm has just bought land that was originally allocated to the security company. He plans to go and see it today at the invitation of several security consultants. Now the security company has also recruited a lot of new people, so it's good to meet them. Boss, welcome to inspect. Zhou's bulging muscles in a camouflage uniform can still be seen well. Zhou looked around Kyle. A layer of barbed wire surrounded the entire training base. He could still hear the instructors cursing and the students shouting slogans. He looked at Kyle and greeted him, then said, "I just came to take a look. This is exactly what we want." Kyle said. Martin beside him also nodded, and Raymond and Wu Ziowen had the same expression. Now the establishment of the company is also operated by you and my master. I don't ask much about it at ordinary times, so today I can see it clearly, and it also gives me a bottom line. Zhou looked at them and said, "Okay, boss." Kyle said, and then said, "Let's go in and take a look." Zhou nodded. Our Blue Sky Shield security consulting company was established by you, the boss. We currently have 112 employees, including 12 instructors, and the rest are employees. There are also 200 trainees in training, 60% of whom have been signed by our instructors, and the number of people who will stay is yet to be determined. Zhou looked at them in surprise. We have so many people now? Kyle nodded. Yes, we have recently undertaken a lot of security work, including personal, financial, defense, etc. We have undertaken them all. Business is good. Yes, in fact, Instructor Yang knows a lot of people, and there are actually a lot of Chinese people who have sent orders because of the boss. Kyle explained to Zhou. I said, why did some people meet me recently and thank me? So that's it. He was a little embarrassed thinking about it. Recently, this boss seemed to be a little incompetent in this company. Although there is some business, we may still be in the lost stage now. Kyle said here, and felt a little embarrassed. Zhou didn't care, but nodded normally. It's just the beginning. We are still in the starting stage. You hire instructors, buy equipment and improve the training grounds. These expenses are reasonable. He looked at the grounds and saw many marching tents in the base. There was also a big house, which was the training center in the base. The bodyguards were training inside. They were taught hand-to-hand combat. The old lady was the master, and there were 2 hired instructors to assist. Zhou looked at the bodyguards running and training, and his sense of security suddenly became full. In the past 30 people were considered very good. Now there are more than 100 people in service, and there are more than 200 in training, which is equivalent to a company. But when he thought about the wages of the 100 people, he had to pay them, and his mood suddenly dropped a lot. Fortunately, he had the ability to be self-sufficient in the future. Losing money now does not mean that there will be losses in the future. Isn't it wrong? You are still losing money, so where does the money come from for you to lose? Zhou suddenly thought of the place that he felt a little wrong just now. Instructor Yang transferred a sum of money to the company account, and we have been spending this money recently. Kyle said, with an expression on his face that said, this is strange, don't you know yet? The old lady's money. Zhou said, so that's it. Even if he was not serious, he had no intention of being lazy every time he signed a contract or looked at the accounts, so if this money was signed, he would not be unaware of it. Oh, I see. He nodded and said, and he didn't tell them what he was thinking. At the beginning, she asked the old lady to help set up the security team, and later formed a security company, which is now the Blue Sky Shield Security Consulting Company. She contributed a lot. Her concern for him was silent, which inherited some traditions of the Celestial Empire. Zhou felt a little indebted to her master. She might think that, since they are both master and apprentice, there is no need to care so much. She has some spare money in her hands, and now she doesn't have to worry about food and drink. It's also a simple thing to help her apprentice with some money. It's normal, and there is no need to say anything more. In addition, there is a saying in China that talking about money hurts feelings, which is different from the American way of saying that money is money and family affection is family affection. Okay, let's continue. There seem to be a lot of changes recently. Tell me more. Zhou Jixi put down his worries and continued. Okay, boss. Kyle said, then looked at the big black man and said, next, we will let the action team's consultant Lei Meng speak. Okay. Zhou Jixi agreed. Lei Meng stood up and introduced to Zhou Jixi. Currently, the company is divided into several groups. I will be the leader of one action group and a part-time security consultant for you, boss. The action group in the company is formed based on my original tactical group. It is divided into elite team members and team members. In addition to assisting the training of team members to a certain extent, the task of the elite team members is to undertake your security defense work. Although they are currently signed under the security company, they are still paid by you, boss. When it comes to this, several people are a little embarrassed. They can't do anything if the company doesn't make money, especially the first batch of contracts signed by Zhou Jixi. Dozens of people are a big burden for the current company. Especially if the company wants commissions from these people, it is obviously a bit unreasonable. It's nothing, we just started, it will get better in the future. Zhou Jixi comforted them. Okay, go on. Ordinary team members will also undertake your safety work when needed. When we receive external orders, they are responsible for it. And to hire our elite team members, in addition to personal willingness, they must be able to afford the price. Zhou Jixi nodded. The company was established by his original team, and there is definitely a difference between relatives and strangers. The original team members received his money. In addition to working for him, they also worked for the company, so of course they had to receive additional money, but the company could ask for commissions for this money. However, this is only the early stage. Now the company's profits are uneven, and it can't afford the high salaries of Zhou Jixi's people. When they make money and have confidence, it will be better for the company to pay. Zhou Jixi thought about it and felt that it was not a good idea to do so. I think this is not very formal. Otherwise, the people who signed the contract before should follow the contract at that time. I will still pay the money, and I will pay a contract linked to the training and the security company. After all, some of them signed under my name because they wanted to live a simpler life. If they are sent to perform other tasks, it may be a bit contrary to their original intention. Zhou Jixi said after thinking. After all, he was able to sign with that group of good players because they wanted to live a simpler life. No one is a fool to protect him and perform those troublesome tasks. The four people looked at each other and felt that Zhou Jixi was right. Recently, the team members have had some words, but none of them said too much. After all, with a high salary, it is right to do something. It's just a little different from what was said at the beginning. The guys who were mercenaries in it just wanted to retire from the front line, so they planned to follow them. And these four guys also have a bit of restless flying factor. After the company expands, if they want to make money faster, they have to do private military contracting, that is, mercenary work. Of course, they can no longer be called mercenaries abroad. The United Nations does not guarantee the safety of mercenaries. If they are caught, they are caught. If they die, they die. In addition, mercenaries have basically had a bad reputation since entering the new century. Take Blackwater as an example. Its reputation is so bad that the company has been dismantled into several companies. In the end, they had to change their name, and even the company name was changed. So the smart company. Now it has become a private military contractor. Anyway, it is just a change of name, and the life is still the same. War is the fastest way to make money. Doing military contracting to help fight a war, a company may make tens of millions after a small local war. This includes wages and spoils collected on the battlefield. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 657, Visiting. Zhou Jixi also learned about it through Martin. He used to be a mercenary, and he has been doing this for a while. He is considered a veteran on the battlefield. He looks a little expressionless and gloomy, but he is smart and has a lot of tricks in his head. He knows everything he should know. Raymond continued to talk to Zhou, and he listened carefully, asking a few questions from time to time, showing that he took the matter seriously and was not here for show. The company currently has 2 action teams, and another team is led by consultant Wu. The model is the same as Raymond. Kyo pointed at Wu Ziwen and said to Zhou, in addition, Martin and I are forming a rapid response team. We strive to be able to quickly dispatch and solve problems for customers when we receive orders and events. Well, this is a good idea. Zhou was very impressed with Kyo's idea. It depends on whether others need it or not, but the most important thing is that he definitely needs it. After Zhou walked around the training ground, he entered the newly built training room. Let's take a look at the equipment of the bodyguards. Although it doesn't look as amazing as in the movies, it's not bad. The exhibition people in the room put a set of equipment on it. The bodyguards are wearing black Kevlar bulletproof combat vests with a gun hanging in front of them and a holster on their thighs, which contains a pistol. There are flashlights and spare magazines on the combat vests and a bag on the left side of the body. The pistol is a 9mm pistol produced by Austrian Glock company. The magazine can hold 17 rounds of bullets. It is one of the most popular pistols used by law enforcement officers. The bag is equipped with gas masks, night vision goggles, etc. Zhou likes the flashlight very much. The high-intensity flashlight carried by the bodyguard may be brighter than the headlight of a BMW car. If the light hits the eyes instantly, it will blind people instantly. It looks good, so he also asked for 2 by the way. He might use them someday. Lightweight bulletproof vests, wireless headsets and regional radios, as well as some things that look like Huang is very violent, tear gas, pepper bombs, and high-intensity bombs. Of course, there are other more powerful things, but they can't be used publicly. Chemical weapons are actually more convenient for them to use, and bodyguards can only fight light battles. Electric batons, telescopic batons, etc. There are many other bits and pieces, and he tried each of them and had a lot of fun. But when it comes to firearms, he only tried them briefly. There is a violent factor in men's bodies. He is afraid of liking this thing, so he can't help but hide a large number of them in the space. At that time, artillery shells, missiles, machine guns, etc. That would be fun. It's enough to carry a few guns with you. Zhou came to the shooting range with these people. He tried the most famous pistol, Desert Eagle. This name is almost rotten in the novels of the Celestial Empire, but it also proves that it is indeed worthy of people's admiration and love. Zhou took a look and found that the appearance is actually just like that. The Desert Eagle is much larger than ordinary pistols. It can be said to be a very large pistol, but it is precisely because it is large enough that it is also very powerful. However, if you carry it with you, it will be difficult to conceal it, although this is not important when you are doing home self-defense or shooting. Zhou turned the gun left and right and looked at it. This is really big. He looked up and said to the others. He also remembered not to point the gun at people when playing with the gun. Martin also took a pistol and said, although it is powerful, its practical defects are also obvious. The large size of the Desert Eagle also means it is difficult to operate, and because of the thick grip, it is difficult for shooters with small hands to hold the gun steadily with one hand. He said and gestured to Zhou with his hand and pistol. Zhou also watched Martin fiddle with it skillfully, and his eyes recorded his steps and words. Plus the large weight means it is difficult to operate, and it is difficult to aim and shoot for a long time, even if you hold the gun with both hands. He gestured in an unmanned direction. He did not stop talking, and there is also the action of drawing the gun. Obviously, if the weight of this kind of pistol is reduced by half, it will be easier to operate, especially when it is needed. People are under psychological pressure, and accidents are inevitable. Martin said, and took a few steps with a few people to a shooting range, where shooting targets were already installed. He adjusted the Desert Eagle and began to load bullets one by one, but he did not need to look at the magazine. He picked up the bullets and loaded them inaccurately. Of course, I'm not saying that the recoil of the Desert Eagle cannot be controlled. Everyone can control it well after some practice and pay attention to some details of use. He checked the magazine, then loaded it into the pistol, quickly adjusted it, and opened the safety lock. He pointed the pistol at the target over there, looked at Zhou Jixi and said, "These shooting techniques sound very simple. Don't let your wrists be too soft. Keep them tight, straighten your elbows and use your shoulders to absorb the recoil. Don't support the bottom of the magazine." He made textbook-like movements, and Zhou Jixi could only sigh that he was the best at using guns among the security consultants. The movements were like a standard textbook, and the standard was well demonstrated to him. Martin then looked at Zhou Jixi and said, "Of course, most people at the shooting range can shoot Desert Eagle well, as long as they spend a little time to prepare themselves. However, if they are under psychological pressure, that's another story. For example, in self-defense, I'm afraid most people will forget certain details under intense psychological pressure. There was a person who shot a .44 Magnum Auto Mag for the first time. Because he didn't pay attention to the gun grip, it is said that he didn't have much experience in shooting. His right wrist was broken with the first shot. However, the example is too extreme, but the recoil of the .44 Magnum is indeed not small. Hey, Martin, I don't think this will happen to me. When I have to use a gun for self-defense, I will kill him without hesitation." Zhou Jixi was not convinced by what Martin said. He felt as if he was talking about himself, so he opened his mouth to refute. The few people behind them looked at each other and could only shrug their shoulders helplessly. The boss is very good at bare-handed fighting, but when it comes to hot weapons, let's not talk about how good or bad he is. Even though he was very powerful, he had never killed anyone. He had never experienced the feeling of shooting a bullet into someone's body, the blood spurting out, the flesh and blood falling off, or the brain and eyeballs being squeezed out due to blood pressure, the look of life gradually fading, or the look of resentment and unwillingness before death. It was a feeling that would make the heart beat rapidly, and the heart rate run at high power for the person who had just experienced it. The blood rushed up, and it was difficult to breathe, or the mind went blank. The stomach cramped and felt nauseous, and the brain nerves protected themselves, and the stomach would vomit. This was the reaction of the first murder, and it was at this moment that the most critical moment came. In the fight between life and death, if the key second did not come, the novice would always be the one who died the fastest. They were also practical people, unlike some soldiers and police who had never shot anyone in their entire careers. They had killed many people for money and for life, and when they were mercenaries, they did not mind exchanging other people's lives for money. Of course, sometimes he would also play a guest role as a killer, which was also quite profitable. Martin was doing well in this line of work, but being a killer was not easy. If you have a little reputation, you are easily targeted. If you don't have a reputation, the income is too low. So he only played a guest role, and later he wanted to live a stable life, so he followed Zhou Jixi. As for Zhou, Raymond, Wu Ziwen, Martin and others, they were all similar. If a person who had a career as a mercenary did not have a good heart, then he would basically be tortured by guilt and become mentally ill. The few people who came down from the battlefield also knew about the first shooting, but considering that he was the boss, he should give him some face. As long as he consciously trained in the future, at least at that moment he would not make a simple mistake due to heart rate and other emotions. The shooting must hit the set target and prevent the enemy from being able to cause the next injury. However, if the boss really had that moment, it is estimated that all of their bodyguards would be dead. Based on their understanding of Zhou Jixi during this period of time, in addition to paying attention to his own safety, he also liked to bring bodyguards to show his identity. This also led to the boss's preference to bring bodyguards wherever he went. They were very pleased with his boss's arrogant hobby, especially when going to the bathroom. Zhou Jixi liked to bring a few bodyguards with him. There were 2 standing outside the door, and 2 standing outside the door in the bathroom. This also brought a lot of convenience to the bodyguard's security work in this relatively private place. Sometimes they also lamented that the boss's love of showing off was really the best support for their work. Martin nodded in agreement with Zhou Jixi's words, who asked him to correct it in the future. So he continued, in addition, the Desert Eagle's strong recoil will cause another problem. The recovery time is also very important for rapid shooting in extreme situations. In other words, after firing a shot, it takes less time to aim at the target for the second shot or aim at the next target. After saying this, he got into position and began to prepare to shoot. The sound of the pistol was very loud. After Martin fired a shot, he paused for a short time, as if he had adjusted it, and then fired the second shot. The speed was very fast, but very stable and regular. After firing a few shots and finishing the magazine, he immediately stopped, took out the magazine, and put the pistol down, then pressed a button and pulled the target forward. 10 rings, 9 rings, 9 rings, 10 rings. Zhou Jixi looked at the holes on it and recited them word by word. "Wow, Martin, man, you look really good," he said with a look of admiration on his face. The 3 people behind him also looked at Martin with admiration. This guy's indeed the best gun player among their consultants. This Desert Eagle can also produce such stable data, which is considered to be awesome among them. Chapter 658, Status Difference. After spending a day at the security base, Zhou Jixi learned about the company. It has great potential. The security market is still very hot, especially in China. The security companies are just so-so. China does not recognize this profession, and no one knows who is responsible for it. Zhou Jixi thought that he would just do it here first. With his influence and popularity among Chinese people, his team would be considered by those who need it. He could try to build a branch in China in the future. He might need to use his connections in China in this regard. Anyway, he would do it first and treat it as a private army. There are only a few hundred people a year, and more than 100 of them cost almost 10 million yuan. There are also those who are in training. If the company cannot make enough profit, he will lose so much every year. If he can earn a few hundred or 10 million yuan, he will lose less. In the end, if he can be self-sufficient, Zhou Jixi should be happy. As for making money in the future, it is really God's care. But it is just a thought. He can make back his security fee anyway. Suddenly there are hundreds of people who are working for me. This burden is much heavier. Zhou Jixi was a little nervous when he saw the members running for training. His game company now has more than 400 people, and there are many people in the upstream and downstream industrial chains who are also working for him. Tomcat has now expanded by hundreds of people. The clothing company needs hundreds of people to start, and the garment factory, to be opened in the future, will basically have thousands of people. Add to that the people who work in his chain of steamed buns, either part-time or full-time, salespersons, logistics, fleet, etc. Zhou Jixi suddenly found that he was already in charge of the wages and jobs of tens of thousands of people. This person is basically a family, which means the food rations of tens of thousands of people. If he is not careful in the future, these people will basically have to find another job and find a new job. What do you mean by not being careful? Even if I'm not careful, nothing will happen to me. Who do you plan to take charge of the company's business? Zhou Jixi, who has a sense of responsibility, thought that the company still had to make money. If it kept losing money, it would be better to just keep the original structure. I was in charge some time ago, but recently I feel that I can't do a good job in business. So after everyone discussed it, they planned to find a professional manager to do it. This time, I will ask your opinion, boss. Kyo said to Zhou Jixi. He was the first one to follow Zhou Jixi in the past, and he was the only one who was able to do well in business among the few people, so he was the one to take the lead. Recently, the company has grown, and he found that he really couldn't do professional management and develop business well. Then recruit people. You notify the headhunting company and ask them to send the information of suitable candidates. We will see if there is any suitable one among them. Zhou Jixi also nodded in agreement. Okay, boss. Kyo nodded in agreement. You guys should also sign a contract as senior partners in the company. Zhou Jixi saw that they wanted to say something, and then he said, you guys have put a lot of effort into the establishment of the company, and you guys are also the first people to follow me, so let's just say it. Seeing him say that, the few people knew that saying more would not make him change his mind, so they looked at Zhou Jixi with gratitude. Money is one thing, and they get a lot of salary every year following Zhou Jixi. But with this title, it is equivalent to the company's veteran shareholders, and the new CEO will have to discuss things with them in the future. This is to give them a promotion in status. Even if a soldier gets a higher salary than an officer, his life is definitely not as comfortable as an officer. Just saluting when meeting someone is a bit uncomfortable. Zhou meaning here is the same. The newcomers are at most on an equal footing with you, and they have to discuss certain things with you. Give these security consultants a full promotion and respect and status. When they go out in the future, they can also be said to be senior partners of a company, which is obviously better than security consultants. Although he still does the same work and may have to train team members, it is not a problem. Face is not only liked by Chinese people, but also by Westerners. For example, when Kyo and his wife go to a cocktail party, if people ask you what you do, and you say you are a contracted bodyguard of Blue Sky Security Shield Consulting Company, and you say you are a partner of Blue Sky Shield Security Consulting Company, basically everyone likes the latter statement. In addition to money, there is also a kind of promotion in the company's position, which is the promotion of social status. Everyone has vanity and cannot avoid vulgarity. Zhou wants to show favor, and people in his position have a lot of room to operate. Isn't it just a partnership contract? The company is not making money now. Even if it makes money, he doesn't care about that. Thank you, boss. Kyo looked at Zhou, who was a little younger in front of him, with emotion. He felt that he had nothing to say about what he did as a boss. It's great, and he is also very generous to his employees and himself. The same is true for several people. They can only say that they are lucky to meet such a boss. God did not blame them for their past sins and gave them this favor. No, it should be the boss who gave them this favor. Working hard for him in the future is the best reward. The headhunting company is very fast, especially for old customers like Zhou. The people he wants to take away from them are now famous figures. The one at the forefront now is Andy, the CEO of Sky Games. He started with a few million and later invested more than 20 million in a game company. He has developed into the CEO of a company with a market valuation of nearly $1 billion. A former sales manager has suddenly become one of the top figures in the game industry. Now it is almost certain that he will get shares in the company. He has become a multi-millionaire in an instant, which is faster than robbing a bank. There are also rumors that Tomcat, which is now independent, is also looking for a CEO and other sales executives. The headhunting company is now asking whether Zhou is selecting internally or poaching from outside. After all, they have also helped Tomcat poach many people from Twitter and other internet companies. Baozi Wang, which has been expanding rapidly in recent months, is one of the top 3 restaurants in the chain. They poached people from several major fast food chains in the United States. Executives of 2 Western restaurants in Los Angeles, Hollywood and San Francisco were also poached from them. In their opinion, Zhou is a big poacher. With other odd and ends tasks, he has won many medals. Those people have now found successful career paths. This also makes it easy for Zhou to find people in the market. The headhunters are very impressed with him. The young rich man likes to invest and likes to leave professional matters to professionals. This is no less than good news from God for those professional agents who intend to achieve higher professional achievements. Our poaching king likes sales talents. You can see from his previous orders that he likes talents who can make money and bring him surprises. He doesn't care whether they are black or white, male or female, or androgynous. It doesn't matter whether they are gay or not, as long as they can make him money. At an internal meeting of a headhunting company, the supervisor spoke loudly with spit. Even the headhunting company held a meeting for him. He has professionals to do the work. What Blue Sky Shield Security Consulting Company needs now is someone who can package and sell these big men. A successful product developer and a sales talent with full creativity. That's what he needs. The last time he invested in the catering industry, the talent he used was someone from our competitors. Guys, you found him the CEO of a game company with a market value of $1 billion. Can you exchange it for the loyalty of customers? The facts tell us that we can't. Customers are the least loyal group in the world. They only want good and better, but the price cannot be high. So now, right now, you quickly get this order for me. This kind of thing didn't happen only in one company. Zhou has never been a person who puts all his eggs in one basket. He has sent invitations to several headhunting companies that have had intersections with him, which is why candidates were sent to him very quickly. Even before his friend Dale could react, Zhou was ready to start interviewing candidates. After all, it is a newly opened headhunting company. Compared with those headhunting companies with many years of history, its foundation is still a little shallow. In terms of business, Dole would not complain to Zhou. He just made a phone call to express his regret. Zhou also comforted him appropriately. He would not give up just to wait for him. There are so many excellent candidates. Only with comparison can there be talents, so it is a good thing to make more comparisons, especially for selecting people. Zhou pays attention to efficiency in doing things. First, he selects people who have experience in product development and have achieved success. Then he selects some professional talents involved in this industry, and then he selects those who have excellent resumes and are satisfied with them. Zhou has no idea what kind of executive to find. But it doesn't matter. They will give Zhou a reason to spend money to hire them. For these, whoever's reason can impress him, that's what he needs. Bodyguards and security services are actually designed products. But how to design these products to have the desire to buy, then the salespeople need to package them well. Zhou sat in the coffee shop, sitting next to 4 security consultants. This was already the second day of the interview. A total of 5 candidates had been interviewed, but these candidates were all interviewed in secret, and no one would tell anyone. After all, he was poaching people, and they hadn't left their original company yet. Chapter 659, Security Company CEO. Cairo. There are 2 final candidates. Zhou looked at the appointment form, which clearly recorded the time when the last 2 people would come here today. What do you think of the first few? Are they the candidates we need? Cairo looked at the others in embarrassment, and seeing that they all had the same expression, he said to Zhou, Mr. Number 3, we actually think he is the best. He has military service experience, and has also worked in a security company. He also has sales experience in many companies, and most of them are very successful. That's really good, and the major is also very suitable, right? Zhou looked at him and said, but he was a little doubtful. It's like this, so what's there to be dissatisfied about? Do you still want to continue to choose? But he has too many job hopping experiences, and we have some doubts about this, so we are definitely still looking at the candidates behind. Cairo said to Zhou. Oh. He understood and nodded. To put it bluntly, he felt that this guy was not loyal enough, even though loyalty is now the most expensive thing, even more expensive than love. But they looked at each other's heart, and they were very loyal to their boss. If someone who is not very loyal comes, he will seem so uncomfortable, and the cooperation will not be so pleasant. Okay. Let's see. Zhou said. The second to last candidate came on time. Zhou had seen his resume when he came. He was very good and attractive. He did a great job in product packaging and sales packaging. He had very creative cases, and could package, and sell almost anything. He also had military service experience. His resume also said that, although it was his first time in this industry, he was in sales and service. For him, these were not problems at all. The problem he needed to solve was to make the customers satisfied and pay, and finally make the boss satisfied and pay wages. And what he did in the middle was for these 2 results. Zhou liked this person very much. His words were very down to earth, and he was very optimistic. But when he came, he found that the image of a sunny man in the photo was instantly shattered when he saw the real person. Pink pants and black and pink shoes. The black top was fine, but damn, he was wearing a shiny sword-shaped brooch and a pink bow around his neck. He was wearing a hat and a pair of retro sunglasses. He was carrying a bag on his right hand, and luckily he didn't show any orchid fingers, otherwise Zhou couldn't stand it. The security consultants behind Zhou frowned. He had already given up on him in his heart. In such a place with such a strong masculine atmosphere, how dare you, a weirdo, get in? Did you want to get anal sex? Zhou invited the man to sit down first, and then ordered a cup of coffee for him. Mr. Frank, excuse me, you should know what kind of company we are. Do you think everyone in the company can accept your image? He gestured and made a look that you could understand. The man smiled slightly, not looking worried about what Zhao Jixi said. Mr. Zhao, I don't think my image is the most important thing. Do you think I still need a black suit or camouflage pants? Although that color is still in the fashion color series, it's not very popular this year. Actually, these are not what I want to say, sir. What you need is a manager, and I don't think you will need me for those professional matters, right? Of course, I guess you won't need me either. Raymond said. He really didn't underestimate him. With this physique, it would be effortless for him to knock down a few people. Raymond. Zhao Jixi glanced at him. Compared to Mr. Frank, you really don't need to do anything in the security field. Then it has nothing to do with what I'm like. Frank continued, my father and brother are both active soldiers, but I'm not very interested in fighting. After serving, I was discharged and did a lot of jobs. I have also done research on security and have worked in Blackwater. Zhao Jixi did not look at the status of his relatives on his resume. He did work in Blackwater, but for a very short time. Well, Mr. Frank, why did you leave Blackwater in a very short time? For one thing, it is already a successful security company. I don't see what achievements I will make in it. My service experience is not very outstanding. Compared with most people in the company, I have already lost on another level. Even if I do better in the future, their boss and shareholders with strong military habits will not choose me. Zhao Jixi listened to his eloquent speech, which made some sense, and then asked, why choose us? I know you, Mr. Zhao. You are a good boss. You support managers in most aspects, but you won't do things you don't understand easily. This is very attractive to me. A relatively free environment can make me perform better. Moreover, your Asian background gives you an advantage in some security matters, especially in California and the Far East. Several security consultants in the company have made great achievements in their professional fields, and in terms of business, I believe I'm definitely the most suitable candidate. Zhao Jixi understood and understood. He also knew that most of them were mercenaries, and they were mercenaries in war-torn areas, and they had served for a long time. The meaning was very clear. He meant that our people were good at killing people. If we want to run the company well, we need people like him. Zhao Jixi frowned and looked at several security consultants, who were also thoughtful. In my opinion, there are many people doing this profession, but not many are suitable to work here. I feel good about you, but as your future colleagues, I think you have to convince them first. He pointed to the few people behind him. You guys have a good chat. I'll go sit over there. Zhao Jixi stood up and left the space for him. If he could convince a few people, he could stay. If not, he could find another one. It's not a problem that he has some effeminate and homosexual tendencies. The problem is that he can't make money for him. Frank applauded himself in his heart. He passed the first level. He really didn't mind what he was like, even if he was a homosexual. As long as he could bring him profits, everything would be fine. The next ones were these four bastards. If he could deal with them, he would be their boss in name in the future. Frank was also a man with dreams. He liked the army before, but the army didn't like him. Why did he have to act like a man? He was originally a man, but he just fell in love with her. Zhao Jixi sat over there and ordered a glass of red wine to taste alone. Frank over there was talking to the security consultants. They frowned, thought about it, and then struggled again. It seems a little shaken. Zhao Jixi confirmed. 10 minutes later, Zhao Jixi saw that they had finished talking, so he walked over, shook hands with Frank, and told him to give him news as soon as possible. The man also walked out with a confident look on his face. How is it? Mr. Number 5, what do you think? Martin, who had a paralyzed face, spoke first and said, he is very eloquent. He is indeed very eloquent and his plan is also very complete. Wu Zhiwen also said, although it looks bad, it is undeniable that he is very charming. Kyle also said, he looks like he can do this job well. Raymond also said, Zhao Jixi saw the four people who changed their attitudes. You think he is good, so why not use him first? I have no objection. Same. You can give it a try. However, if he still dares to take advantage of me, I will put the gun in his asshole. Raymond said with a tingling scalp, remembering that he seemed to have been touched by him just now. Puff. Several people laughed. This matter was settled. Zhou didn't plan to wait any longer. He called Frank directly. Mr. Frank, if you didn't go too far, I hope you can come back to sign the contract. What? Frank, who was just catching his breath in the car, was a little short of oxygen. Talking to those people almost emptied his brain. We chose you. Congratulations, Frank. Zhou said again without minding. Chosen me? Frank, who came back to his senses, jumped up happily. Ah. But his head hit the roof of the car and he screamed in pain. What's wrong with you, Mr. Frank? Are you okay? Zhou asked. No, I'm fine. Frank quickly adjusted his state and said. Then can you sign the letter of intent today? Of course, I'll go there now. Frank said quickly. Next, Zhou took out the letter of intent and guarantee prepared by the lawyer and signed them with him first. Only after Frank resigns from his original company can he sign a formal employment contract with him. Now this is just to protect his interests, in case Zhou and his team don't want to hire him after he leaves the original company, then it would be a waste of time. After signing the contract, Frank drove back happily and immediately submitted his resignation to his fat boss. He didn't want to stay in this company for a long time, and he had already planned his next job, but he didn't expect to receive a notice from the headhunting company and learned that Zhou was planning to recruit people. Compared with his original next job, it is obviously better to work under Zhou. Being a small boss in a big company is not as good as being an executive in a good company. Besides, he believes that, as long as there is support, he can definitely develop the company. He has seriously studied the affairs of the Far East, and now he may be able to use it here. Opportunities always come to those who are prepared, and he also uses this sentence as his motto. Facts have proved what he thought, and when he achieves results in the future, he will be proud of himself. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.